future was not supposed to be like this. The future was not supposed to be like this. The future was
Evelyn and Sarah. Hello. We're in Hastings. As you can see, we're right next to a Palestine protest here. I'm going to sea is just over that way. Still flat and level, as we know. So I'm just going to hope you guys are well. Yeah, sorry about the advertising.
Okay, thank you.
Sure is. Can you prove it? Water always finds level. James Watt. Water being electric. All coded.
Are you asking the question or?
I'm posing a question to get a conversation going with people.
Okay.
Rather than coming out and just saying straight up the earth is flat,
Yeah.
we're asking people what they think about that.
Yeah.
Given that the earth is 70% water,
Yeah.
and water always finds level,
Yeah.
always.
I think it's flat.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have a flat body of water, we call it the oceans, and in our continents, they stick above that
You
water
say
level.
it is.
Yeah, you see it, yeah, and you can see distances up to 100 miles on a clear day.
Yeah, I've been looking into it quite a long time ago, and I think we've been lied about so many things. Everything.
About who we
basically.
are, yeah. And
History, everything.
history is a lie, the science is used to control us.
Yeah.
And so we go out and try and just inform people that they got to keep an open mind about this. But I say to people that it's actually an electromagnetic universe. So we live inside of a bubble, which might be a ball, it might be a sphere. But inside of that bubble, like a snow globe, you've got everything settles to the bottom. All the heavy stuff settles to the bottom, and all the gases, they float up to the lightest gases at the top of the bubble.
Yeah.
But we can't leave the snow globe. We can't leave the bubble. We're inside some kind of electromagnetic container. And if this is true, then it puts us at the center of the universe, and also means that us living men and women are the center of the universe. We are the reason for all of this. We've created this place, or it was created for us, rather than we are insignificant and we got to be subject to government
No, we
and all
don't.
that sort of thing.
We're nothing. Yeah. There is, they just want to convince us that we are nothing.
Yeah,
Just,
yeah.
because to put us down, and
That's
to
right.
think of ourselves
That's
that we are nothing, and because the thought and word, anything, negative, it just puts us down, more
Yes.
down.
Yes.
That's the purpose of.
Keep us in servitude,
Yeah.
but it might also be, other than the keeping us in servitude, it might be that they want to harm our soul journey, that we might be on a soul journey, that we're meant to be evolving our soul.
Yeah.
The evolution from monkey to man is a lie, but what they're trying to do is to devolve our souls rather than allow our souls to...
I'm quite, because you don't really see, you don't really, you can online see the people are like-minded, yeah, and
Yeah.
there is a people, as much what we wanted to, yeah, but you have to start somewhere, and it's nice that you sometimes come across something like that and people start questioning, and I think people are waking up.
They are.
Slowly,
They are.
but firmly.
Yeah, but as we wake up, our initial reaction is one of anger.
Yeah, they.
One of anger, we're angry with the system for having mistreated us, and that's understandable. It's one of the stages of the
Yeah,
grief.
but we are allowing it to happen.
Exactly. And so whilst we are in that state of anger ourselves, we allow this. But if we can move towards having more balanced and loving centeredness,
It's very important.
so then we will spread that light from within rather than necessarily trying to change it externally.
Do you probably you, from hearing what you're talking about, did you at the moment read of Rudolf Steiner?
Yeah?
Rudolf Steiner?
Oh, I know Rudolf Steiner's work, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
it's-
was a very smart guy, huh?
He was very much,
Yeah.
and it's very hard to read. And as I am not, my English is not my first language. It's hard to, but I still made myself just to read it. But when you start reading, you start to understand. Going back and read again, and going back and read again, and it's good.
Yeah, we have a young child and we're trying to raise him in that
Yeah.
kind of Steiner style, allowing the natural essence to flourish within, because each of us have our own unique natural essence.
Of course.
We can't be treated like sausages or sardines in a sardine factory.
I always been back at school when I was little. I always thought something not right, and
Yeah.
I never knew what it is. I thought something wrong with me, but now
Yeah.
I understand. No,
It was never you.
never me.
It was
Yeah.
the system that was trying
Yeah.
to...
My intuition was telling me the right thing, but I didn't maybe listen.
What the system cleverly does is it uses various forms of trauma so that we disassociate from
A
our
lot,
truth. And-
especially now.
Yeah.
Lately, like start from COVID, it's been happening for a long time,
Sure.
long time.
Sure.
But I think they are speeding out because I think they are they are how to say that, they understand they have to hurry up
Yes.
because people waking up.
Well, I think there might be a timeline. They have a certain amount of time for this epoch to control this epoch, and
Yeah.
eventually, I think that like we see in nature. Nature has summer and winter, and I think that this epoch, it might be a 500-year or 5,000-year epoch, but after a certain amount of time, there's a cleansing of the earth, like a winter, and that cleansing is coming. And so I say to people, like, if your soul is in a good place, it doesn't matter what happens next, because you will have
Because-
achieved what they
yeah.
were trying to stop you from
Yeah.
achieving.
Yeah.
So I think there is a timeline. I think that people have talked for more than 100 years about creating free world wars, about putting people under a certain amount of pressure
Yeah.
to keep us, at odds, to keep us destabilized.
Yeah.
And
Divided. That's the problem, because we need each other. We're social beings. We need socialize. We
That's
can't, and they're just trying to us divide as much as
divide
they
and
can.
conquer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the
divide and conquer.
Yeah, exactly.
And rule, so they can rule us and conquer us by that division and that separation. Where in fact we're actually all one. We should be all one.
Because they
supporting
can't.
each
It's hard for them to conquer the mass.
Yes.
Individual is easier for them. That's why they're trying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we are more than them. You know, whoever wants us to enslave or whatever they want from us. You know,
They,
that you can,
they put us all into these little prisons. They call it countries, and they stop us from moving freely. And then they get Poland to go to war with Russia or to go to war
I
with
think
Ukraine.
it's crazy. It's crazy. It's sad, but you know you have to keep on. As sometimes the days you think where's the point. But there is, as Rudolf Steiner said, in every little thing there is a, you know, there's a meaning. Whatever you do, you know, even it seems nothing to you, yeah, amazing little thing, kindness or smile or whatever, yeah. It makes big picture.
The butterfly effect.
Yeah. That's we don't have to give up and just.
Yeah. So one of the, I mean, obviously I have to do my own soul, spiritual growth and recovery from the traumas that I've also experienced. But why I go out and talk about flat Earth is, for me, it's like a big gateway. Because once you realize that the Earth is flat, we never went to the moon, that means that Russia...
Never went to the moon.
No. And that means that Russia and America and China are actually all playing us off. The leadership of these countries are in the same club. Even India has joined the moon
Even
club.
they seem to like maybe they are, but they're not.
Yeah.
They're not. They are in the same game with the forward rules.
And they're using things like, you know, I don't support war, but they're using things like the Gaza, Palestine, Israel thing. They use these as mechanisms to divide people, just like they did with COVID. You know, there were those who went with it and those that went against it, and families have been ripped apart by that. And the same is true with this Israel.
It breaks my heart. I just, you know, sometimes I think, how could I help, you know, on my own, you know, but probably there is, you just have to.
Well, the brighter your light becomes, the more those around you will be benefited in the fullness of time. And it might even be the case that even in your family line, even if there's only one person who carries the torch, you carry the torch for your family line forward and backwards.
That's what I told myself. If I can't maybe give a message to big masses, you know, I'm not can't speak in crowd often. But I thought to my family, starts with my family, my daughters, my sisters, and my friends, you know, and to say, I'm not gonna say anything, it's wrong, because if they even don't listen to you, they may listen, maybe not gonna admit.
And the day will come when there will be so obvious to people that there's something wrong. They will come to you for advice because you've done that work. If you're already fit, then they will come and say, how do I get fit? You see? And so that's why it's worth doing the work and not getting lost in the fear and the anger and all of those sorts of things, because I think the day will come when people are going to go, hey, I need help.
Why do you think they lie? What is your opinion?
Well, part of the Darwinian lie of evolution is to make us insignificant and that we are not the center and that we just happen by random happenstance. So the globe is part of that atomic thing, that everything is material. When nothing is material here. It's all light. It's all frequency and vibration, as Nikola Tesla said.
You know, he's brilliant.
Yeah. So the globe going around the sun is like a miniature version of protons and electrons going around an atom, and all of that is part of this materialist lie, rather than it's an electromagnetic, energetic system that we all live in. So I think it's just an extension of
connected.
Yeah, and also the idea that the Earth is a globe means that there's nowhere else for us to travel. We've seen it all, but it might be that if we're living on a flat plane, there might be more land.
Yeah.
There could be other continents that we've never heard of.
You have to be open-minded because I don't know.
Yeah.
But.
And it's a great control system.
But the flat Earth, that's been a long time ago. I think it's obvious. It's not global, but even. People saying about planes, how they flying, you know, this is just obvious that but that's a big lie.
That's a huge lie.
It's if people are gonna find out, it's
a huge lie.
Yeah.
But there's something called cognitive dissonance that kicks in, you know. People, same with 9/11, you know, now people don't care anymore. It's 20 odd years since 9/11, and it almost doesn't matter. JFK, I don't think he was assassinated, but they don't care anymore whether it was an inside job or whatever, because they've moved on. Same with the COVID thing. The lockdown, the numbers didn't support what they were doing, and yet you tell people that now, it's like, well, we've got other things to worry about. We've got a job to go to. We've got World War III coming. Blah blah blah. So I think people they're so clever in this game that they're going to give people something new to worry about. In this country, within about 2 days, they went from frightening people with COVID to frightening people with Ukraine, and COVID was forgotten.
I think that's why so much money is given in studies of human psychology, behavior, how they behave. I think lots of money they're saying they're spending for a moon, going to the moon or whatever, they're actually spending on actually learning us how we act in certain.
Yes, and it might be that because they know it's electromagnetic, they're building other technologies that we don't know about.
Yeah.
But they're also planning for, if there is an epoch-ending event, like a Noah's Flood event coming, they're planning to put themselves and some of their technology away, so that once the flood happens and people are reduced to living in caves, they can come back and slowly introduce the technology once again and control people, the survivors once again. So there's a number of things on that. But I'll give you a flyer to take home. There's one on the flat Earth, and I've got one on the electromagnetic nature of things, which you might find interesting reading.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, I don't know if I have one with me.
Yeah, go ahead, visit with you.
There's a lot on that.
Yeah. Okay.
What's your name?
Oh, my name is very difficult. I am originally from Latvia.
Okay.
I am. My name is Dirkstīte, but they call me D.
D.
Yeah.
I'm Dave.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Nice to see, because I think I feel alone. Sometimes, especially now.
Well, there's an app. There's an app that's on this this little QR code here, which is a resource that I think is really fantastic. It's called flatearthdave.com, and he's got a lot of videos, and he's even got a friend finder app where all people that are in this sort of truth community who know as much as I do, they get together or they can connect with each other.
Yeah, that's important, because as I said now, you sometimes feel lost and alone, and you want to, because there is not many people to talk about stuff like that, because they just kind of. Oh, well.
And you feel like you're a bit crazy and out of the loop, but no, you're not at all. You're one of the lucky ones.
Even with my family, I have problems sometimes. They don't think I'm a bit weird. Yeah, but I don't think so. Myself, I don't think so. I am, and that's it keeps me going.
Yeah, you're definitely not. And you are, whatever the creator is, you are the essence of that creator, And this life is just a test. It's like a school. Are you going to pass the test? Or are you going to get held back by these people who are deceiving us?
Yes, I was mentioning the Rudolf Stein. I just was saying about, and I'm a very practical person, I'm not as much spiritual maybe, which I want to be, because I'm more practical, and I like, not material, I wouldn't say that, more practical, and I want to do it. I want to do it. I want to see the outcome of it, and I sometimes think, what could I do to change? And as I was reading, you start from yourself. Yes. And also, you just can't just do it for yourself. You have to remember that you're a fellow man. You have to somehow, I don't know how, find a way to wake them up, or I don't know, what do you call?
Well, I mean, just contribute positive energy, even if people, because you've got to be sympathetic or empathetic, that people are so lost.
They are lost. They're like children.
Yes.
They're like children. They're just stuck in that age of, I don't know.
Yes. And so we have to be empathetic to that. But as I say, I think that there's two parts to this. Is one, that we are eternal beings. And so when we finish this life sim, this experience, we go back to our eternal essence. And what do we carry back with us? I think that's important.
Yeah.
But the other thing is that if there is, as this world gets even crazier and more people say, hey, Dee, there's something weird, you have the information to empower them, not only to show them the evidence of how they've been tricked, but then also to guide them towards this more spiritual understanding of themselves.
With your example of,
and by your experience and having walked that road already, then you can talk from experience.
And I was sitting and I was thinking, oh my God, what's going on around? I just look everywhere. I can't watch anything, not TV. I
No.
can't, it's hard. Just hard. Everywhere I watch, even in the shops, and it's hard.
Yeah.
And I think, well,
Yeah.
like you feel helpless. And
Well, my YouTube account is on there as well. I'm Trinity4
Yeah.
on YouTube. But you
Yeah.
can also use that resource that I
Okay.
put there for going to get other information and maybe even find a community that you can communicate with,
maybe.
at least online, if not in person.
But luckily, I have my partner, his wife, as well, about
Okay.
all this stuff.
Okay.
He's the person who taught me
Okay.
all that stuff. And I'm have to be thankful for that, because otherwise I knew something wrong,
Yeah.
but I couldn't. But he explained me more,
Awesome.
and I was yeah.
Well,
Okay.
I wish you well on your journey,
Okay,
Dee.
thank you. I'm gonna go see.
All the best to you.
Yeah, you too.
All right, cheers.
Keep going.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Appreciate that. Bye-bye, Dee. Yeah, nice conversation with Dee. Come and say hello to the chat room in a moment. Troubles you, does it? Earth is flat, mate. Water is level.
Flat, science,
Earth is level.
thousands of years.
No, 2,000 years ago they knew the Earth was flat. They were smarter than us. Water always finds level. What direction are we spinning? Why can't you measure spin? He's trying to rub it out with his foot. Correct. What if your science teacher was lied to?
What?
And then your science teacher lied to you without even knowing it?
Okay,
Because the water is always level, right? Would you agree water finds level?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah. No, you guess or you know?
No, well, I don't know it so much.
Okay, well, we can measure water to be level. We use spirit levels. We can show a lake for a mile across is super level.
Yeah.
That's just a matter of fact. But water also runs downhill. We know
Yeah.
that too. Unless it's contained, water will run downhill, spill downhill until it reaches a dam. And that dam will be level until it overflows, and then it'll run down to the next dam.
Okay.
And then it'll get to the sea eventually. And the sea is just one big level body of water. It might have chop and wave and tides, right? But otherwise, it's
but
a level body of water.
It's not level.
Is it not?
No, I don't think it is.
How much does it bend?
What?
How much does it bend? How much does it curve?
I have no idea. I'd have to look that up.
Okay.
But you can't see the curve. But how would you explain a boat coming from the horizon? You can't see the whole thing
Simple.
until it's close. How?
Simple. Do you understand the word perspective?
Yeah.
Okay, so perspective, the further something gets away, the smaller it becomes. Yes?
Yeah.
And the lower you are on that image that you're looking at, i.e. if you're standing on the beach, the quicker you will lose that ship. If you travel up to a 10-story building or you go and stand on a mountain, guess what? You will see that ship much further because your angle of resolution has changed. So you will be able to see all of that ship. That your friend is standing here on the beach. He says, I can't see the bottom of the boat anymore. You're standing up on the hill and you're like, no, I can still see the whole boat. There's no curve. There's still horizon beyond that.
Okay.
And the word horizon comes from the word horizontal. And horizontal is level.
Yeah. Okay.
So when I went through school and all my education, they never taught me what is the formula for the curvature if we live on a globe. Now, if you hear the formula, which was the first thing that stopped me in my tracks when I was looking into this flat Earth thing, 2015, there's a formula for curvature, and I've never been taught it. It's 8 inches per mile squared. So over 10 miles, you're looking at 800 inches of curvature.
Okay.
So that means that a boat that is less than 800 inches tall should disappear every time after 10 miles. But if you've got a powerful enough camera, what you can see a boat at 20 miles, that same boat.
Okay, sure, but what would be the point of
That's
lying to
another
people?
question. I mean, that's another, like a magician, you know, why does he trick us? He's not really cut the lady in
No, but-
half in a box.
Yeah, but
he
magicians
wants
do it to make money,
Yeah, so does the
to
government.
entertain.
And that's what they do, is good answers, is that they want to make money from you, they want to entertain you. Entertain means to enter and retain your mental, your mind, is that they want to control your mind. Because I believe that we are actually the center of creation. They want us to believe, like I used to, that we come from monkeys and we evolved over billions of years and all of that nonsense, rather than we were created on purpose by your higher self. I suggest to people, this might sound strong, but whatever God is, it might be you. You are just expressing it in a tiny avatar, which is this physical body that you're in right now. And your avatar is going to have an 80-year life or a 100-year lifespan, and then it's going to go back to whatever the higher self was. If you knew that, you would realize that you were the king. That there is no need for you to pay tax, to be told what to do, unless you harm someone. You break the golden rule, do no harm, right? So if you go around hurting people, then obviously others in the community are going to say, hey, we need to stop you from doing that. But you should be able to live freely. You should be given access to all sorts of resources that allow you to move across this world, experience your avatar to its highest potential, whether it be in art. You know, how many artists never express their art because they have to go and pay the bills? They're forced to get an office job and they hate their job. And by the time they're 50, 60, they know nothing else. And then they look forward only to retirement and, 10 years playing golf and then they die. That's not the experience we should be having. So yeah, it's about control. It's about stealing your life energy and never allowing you to have full access to the resources that you were meant to have. That's why I think they lie. I mean, they use wars. The lies create wars. The lies create pandemics. The lies create all sorts of things that will be used to subjugate us all. And we're all in this together, as far as I can tell. I think we all come from ultimately the same source. So it's not to say I'm different from you. I think we're all in this together. And we've all been deceived. We've all been tricked. Now, I'm 56. I was lied to most of my adult life. Or I believed the lies, should I say. And now, 10 years ago, I started to find out stuff that I used to believe cannot be substantiated when you go and look behind the news, what they'll give you on the BBC or what they give you on the Discovery Channel. I used to love all of those things. And now I know that they're there to offer you, this is what it is. Don't ask any more questions. You've watched an hour documentary on it. Now you know all you need to know. Not at all true. Space, moon travel, going to the moon. These things are impossible to do. Scientists back in the 1950s said we'll never land on the moon because it's a plasma. It's whatever the moon is, it's plasma. We can't touch it. We can't reach it. But then they came up with this idea that they could land on the moon. And 60 years ago they did that, and they still can't do it again today.
Well, I believe that they could, but I think that what would be the point of it? It's too expensive, right?
That's what most people say. So that isn't your idea. That's someone else has implanted that idea in you.
Okay, I guess it is, yeah, but I don't know.
I used to say the same thing. That they had, but Buzz Aldrin admitted in 2015 they hadn't. 2 Russian cosmonauts admitted that they haven't. And when you go back and look at the footage, you can see why people were claiming that it was made in a film studio. Have you heard of Red Hot Chili Peppers?
Yeah.
What do they say? Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. They're telling us the truth. And yeah, as I say, these astronauts or actonauts, as we like to call them, none of them all of them are in secret societies. All of them are ex-military. So they're all like on some kind of secret deal. They don't necessarily have to tell you the truth, So the thing about like space travel, when you look into rocketry and you put a rocket fuel into a vacuum chamber, science guys your age have got these little vacuum chambers at home. They create a vacuum chamber and they try and light all of these different fuels inside a vacuum chamber, and they cannot get them to blow. They cannot get them to light up. So just thermodynamics on its own starts to bring into question: is it even possible that we could take things up into a vacuum and make things work, make things move around? We can't show that in a vacuum chamber. They've never even put a man in a vacuum chamber in a spacesuit. This spacesuit is meant to work in a vacuum, and yet the one time they tried it in the 1960s, they didn't even get to a full vacuum, and the guy nearly died. So they stopped the test. They've never done it again. Tim Peake should have tested. He should have gone into his vacuum chamber, and tested his suit to make sure that it was perfect. But the suit that they use for a spacewalk is identical to the suit they use when they go diving in the test pool. Now, when you go diving, if you've ever done diving, is the pressure builds very quickly as you get to 10 meters, 20 meters. You start to feel that pressure pushing in on you. Well, a spacesuit would be pressed in a swimming pool, but sucked out like a Michelin Man in a vacuum of space. So you couldn't use the same suit. It would have to be different technology. But we've looked, guys that spend a lot of time looking at their NASA footage of spacewalks find bubbles leaving helmets. One time a reflection of a scuba diver was seen in the helmet while the guy was on a spacewalk. You know, things just don't add up when you start to, and same with Tim Peake. I don't know if you know who Tim Peake is.
No.
You're not from England, but he was very famous in 2016. He was the first English guy to go to the International Space Station. And he did an interview for one of the main TV channels here. And he said, I'm going to do a flip, you know, like a zero gravity head over somersault. And you can see the harness. You can see that he's falling, and you see that his neck muscles are starting to strain, like he's under earthbound density or buoyancy, which brings me to gravity. You know, gravity can be explained, pretty much everything you see with so-called gravity can be explained by buoyancy. You know, things are either buoyant in a medium, or they're too dense for that medium and they sink. So a helium balloon will go up, and an anvil will float on a bed of mercury, on a pool of mercury. It won't sink. A football, land on the water, it's going to stay there. You can try and force it down. It's going to be doing everything it can to get back to zero equilibrium and float on top of the water. Everything is only based on its density or buoyancy. Yeah? So the air that we are in is very thin. It's very thin medium, so most things float or fall to the floor. Almost always at about the same speed, unless there's wind, or it's a piece of paper, or a leaf, or a bird's feather or something that can kind of float slowly down, right? But everything else is going to fall at about the same rate. But even the rate of gravity is different at different weather conditions, different times of the year. And when I was thinking about last night before coming out here, I was thinking, you remember this one, which is that the Earth is spinning. Do you know how fast the Earth is spinning?
No.
1,000 miles an hour, right? Faster than the speed of sound. So planes are flying with or against that 1,000 mile an hour spin without any problem. And people say, oh, that's because the atmosphere is moving with it. But if you spin a wheel, you know that the air isn't going to just follow that wheel around. It'll drag a little bit, but the air a little way away from the wheel is not going to move at all. It's not going to be affected by that. That's what planes are meant to be doing in a spinning ball. But here's the thing about gravity and a spinning ball is that if you're on the equator, it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and gravity is holding you to the Earth like you don't know that it's spinning. But if you're here up in England, where it's, say, 55 degrees north, then the Earth is spinning about 700 miles an hour, maybe 650 miles an hour, something like that. So gravity has to be accounting for the fact that I'm not being forced off. The natural centrifugal force that's pushing me out, right, is not as great at the equator as it is up here in England. And so gravity is meant to tweak that. Well, where have you guys flown from? You're not from England, obviously.
From Slovakia.
Okay, so what's that, 3 hours in the plane?
No, it's like 2.
2 hours in the plane. Well, I fly to South Africa quite often, right? And that's 11 hours, 12 hours in the plane. And you're flying a quarter of the way around the globe. So your upright position that you're standing now versus when you get to Johannesburg tomorrow morning is 90 degrees different.
Yeah.
But your body won't tell you that you've changed your perpendicular by 90 degrees. The spirit level, I've tested this with a digital spirit level, will tell you that you've stayed flat the whole time throughout the flight. There's plenty of pilots, some that I know personally, who will tell you that we do not allow for any curvature. We do not dip the nose down to allow for any curvature. We do not have to land differently if we're landing on a north-south heading or an east-west heading because of the spin of the Earth. None of these things are accounted for. Even in their handbook, it says, treat the Earth as though it's not moving. It's motionless. And that's what we say, is that there's no science experiment that shows the Earth is spinning. We can't feel it spin, we can't measure its spin. So why do we accept that it's simply that it's that spinning? Because we see the sun and the moon move over our heads. It's like going to a football stadium and watching the football go over your head and thinking that the whole stadium moved and the ball was stationary the whole time. No, it's the sun that's moving over us. And it's the stars that are traveling around us or over our heads every day, like a big clock. You know, they talk about the face of the Earth. I know English isn't your first language, but in English we talk about the face of the Earth.
Yeah.
Often you hear that expression. Well, you know what we call your watch? The face of a watch.
Yeah.
And it's the face of the watch. And it's a flat thing underneath which is a whole lot of mechanisms that are
I
turning.
don't think that's a good argument because we also call this a face. So
It's pretty flat. It's not a ball. We're only
Yeah.
referring to the front of your face. When we say your face, we're only referring to this bit up to your ears.
yeah, but still that's a language thing. Different languages have different names for it.
Okay.
In Slovakia, we wouldn't call it a face.
Okay. Well, I mean, the thing about being water level, we say water level. That's a pretty standard thing. I don't know what you say in Slovakia, but we say water level all the time. So when you think about the mountains in Slovakia, they're given a height above sea level.
Yeah,
Yes. But you're a long way from the sea, right?
yeah.
So what sea level are they using?
I think the nearest one, right?
Would it be, or would it be that there is all geographic maps like that are using one mean sea level, whether it be Everest or the highest mountain in Slovakia or here in Wales or wherever? It's
I mean,
all the same.
might be. I don't know. I don't have enough information about that. I never thought about.
Okay, so consider this then, because I know you don't want to talk much longer, but consider this. We're right at the beach now, okay,
Yeah.
here in Hastings. But you can travel, so we're on the east coast of England. You can travel across England in the course of an afternoon, and you'll go up to about 300 meters above sea level. And then when you travel down to Wales on the other side, you will drop down exactly the same amount to the other side of England. So if you had to take a stone and put it in your bath, and imagine that was all of England, and then this top part of the stone sticking out was the highest mountain in England or Wales, and then all you would simply do if you were an ant is you would walk from one side over the top of that to the other side, and the water level around that stone would be the same. And that applies to Africa, it applies to the Americas, is that the sea level is the same all the way around these massive land masses. And you can take a bike route, or you can take a cross-section of Europe or America or whatever. You can Google this when you get home, and you'll see how if you can go from the east coast of America and across to the west, you will go up a little bit into the Smoky Mountains in Virginia, and then you'll go down into flatter lands, and then you'll get to the Colorado Mountains and go up a lot, and then you'll drop right down into California. And all that's going to do is take you from one sea level at one side to the same sea level at the other side. It's just taking you up and down and then back to the other side.
Yeah, okay.
You see that? So it's really, what we're saying is the evidence is that the Earth is not spinning, the water is flat and level. So if you have just those things in your mind, go and start to consider, is it possible that we've been deceived? And your first question, or second question was why is to control your mind, and to keep us all in some kind of slave system. Because we are the expression of whatever God is. I used to be an atheist, so it was a big step for me to go back to this idea that there is a creator. But I took something called ayahuasca. I don't know if you've heard of ayahuasca.
Yeah, I did.
In 2015, and that was when I got my butt kicked. I can give you a flyer if you want to take something home with you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Cool. Have a good one,
very
guys.
much. Bye.
Cheers. So how are you guys doing there? Hey, Timothy. Thanks for posting that. Andrea's posted something. I did a 2-hour talk in a bookstore in Bruton, which is in Somerset. Nice to see you. In Bruton, thanks to Penny for organising that. I did that a few weeks ago. So I put that on, but I'm trying to promote my Patreon, so I put it on my Patreon page. So if you feel compelled to go and check that out, please do. I titled it The Core. It's a pretty thing called The Core. Hey, look, someone's been fiddling with my heart. Surprising. I've seen this before. So, yeah, thanks for doing that. So you get some choice. I think Dean might have played the whole lot there. Let's see. Wife's getting a lot of props here. I saw a picture of him and Stellium, Mike Wilkerson in the Acapulco thing. I know that Brian Stabley and Shiva Shampoo are doing something for that as well. Yeah, let's see if there's any chalk left. Earth is flat, ladies. We don't live on a globe. Like a ball.
Type some of this stuff into your PC, it will not come up. It might do on about
This is another interesting.
4 or 5 pages down.
Tiny little chalk remaining. With it being wet today, this chalk doesn't stand much abuse. Doesn't take much to rub it off. When it's dry, it's much harder to remove. I've only asked the question. Yeah, but see, obviously in this town there are some. Good question. Nothing. Anyway, those Latvian lads. Gave them something to think about. I'm a little bit rusty. It's been a while since I was on the street. Actually, I've been wanting to put something in here. On this black board over here. Now obviously I got a bit of grief from the old till the other day for doing that because I was on camera when I did it, so just want to keep an eye on where that camera is. Don't believe the brainwashing, guys. See, where was that other camera? I saw that one there, and I don't think they were looking at me really, so. Some information for you today. Well, you've caned all the chalk.
It's going quick, eh?
Yeah, it's just wet. It goes quickly on the wet. Oh, there's a bit more. No, because I was just saying in the chat that, that it's easy for people to rub it out when it's wet. So, hello, man.
That guy we talked to was a mechanical scientist, and he used to do more.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
So he was finding it very hard, but at the end we got into the white.
Yeah.
So hopefully he finds it interesting. I showed him Dave's app because he was saying that constellations would work on a flat Earth. So I just showed him the app and I was going, that's how it works. That's where they take the data from.
Yeah. I mean, the constellations can't work on the globe. That's the irony. You know, the idea that things are flying trillions of miles in order to kind of keep up for trillions of miles to keep up with us. It just makes no sense.
He was saying that he got involved in some laser experiment to the moon stuff. So then I got into distances and speeds. How would that controlling the helicopter on Mars, and how was it Sputnik that's transmitting back at a quarter of a watt
Right.
outside of our solar
yeah.
system. That's all it's
Right.
got left, a quarter of a watt.
Oh, that's
It was-
Voyager, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Sputnik was the first ball with 3 sticks
yeah.
coming off the end that the Russians put up there.
Like a little virus, wasn't it? First virus out there.
Yeah. Hi, virus. Hey, Sarah.
Yeah.
Hello, all from Sarah.
Hey guys.
Hi. So yeah, that was an interesting one. Yeah, tough crowd. Yeah.
A few people taking pictures.
Some snaps. Hopefully something they share on their social media.
They did a fire here, look, some smoke on the lids.
Oh yeah. Hot air rises.
Yes, people damaged all the
Wow.
Didn't help. I can't.
Well, that's not because I didn't use twin tower brick. Oh, you got a bit more. My earth is flat over there on that black oak boarding over there has already been turned into fat.
With some community guys, and they were just looking down, but they've gone. Too far away.
So yeah, hello chat. Let me just run through and say, yeah, right. Thanks man. I've got you. Squirrel Sniper, good to see you, bro. Hey, Ron Wilson Bear. Nice to see you, bro. Cameron Peters, thank you. Yeah. She gets it. Yeah, that was D. Lady D. Oh yeah, thank you very much. I'm drinking out of a thermos. It's able to keep the temperature in thanks to a vacuum between the two skins of milk. The vacuum, heat won't travel through the vacuum.
That's like it.
Oh, a bit of Alex Markle coming.
Well,
All right.
Frank Zappa, isn't it?
Frank Zappa, okay, he might appreciate that.
Who was I out of question then because I was just teacher would never lie to me. She's real nice, she did enough. She's really possibly back door. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She told me to leave, but she didn't talk. I went through life believing my life, said fall now.
This shop is redundant at the moment. So where was I? I was talking to the cat. Rainbow, yeah, that guy, Bucks. Yeah, I saw the rainbow. That guy was a little bit upset by it actually. I'm going to fix up my flat over there.
So hurling through space on a road to nowhere, so living a life without a care because I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly.
Yeah, so who was I talking to? Mark Swarbrick, nice to see you. Where was Nathan? He's not far down the road actually from us. I don't think I should have let him know I was coming in today. It's interesting how people defend this like it's their favorite football team. I know lots of pilots who say, yeah, we don't make any allowance for going over curvature. We fly flat and level for 5 hours, 10 hours, and then we let it settle down.
Filming, mate.
Yeah.
And you're not filming.
All right. Hey, man.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm just going around.
Sorry, you need the evidence that that's flat. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, water always finds its level. Water always finds level.
Yeah.
And the evidence that we're a globe is actually very theoretical. Like the idea that we're spinning can't be proven.
Well, I have heard all. Are you doing it by yourself?
No, I've got a few friends here with me today.
Oh, okay.
We're just out.
Good.
I've been doing it for a few years now, just going around to different cities
Right.
and trying to inform people that
Yeah.
we're being deceived, you know, because it's the Earth being a globe makes us think that we're insignificant specks of evolved slime, rather than, wow, if the Earth is flat, then we're enclosed in some sort of like a Truman Show or like a snow globe, and inside of that snow globe is a perfect habitat for mankind to thrive. But we've had good governments and controls that have designed a system in which we give away our power to an external authority.
But the force you're talking about, the anti-force you're talking about, is, and this is where I feel that maybe there's a step further you need to go, is you keep, and I keep hearing this time and time again, government. It's an excuse. It's not government. It's a higher spiritual something. It's got nothing to do with humanity. It's got nothing to do with people that are, whatever they're doing, this government, as you say, it's all, there's part of the mind control. To believe that that has got any validity.
Well, government literally means mind control.
Absolutely, government means exactly that.
And actually, I see the government as the PR department for something above it.
I see the government as a distraction from the true force that is creating the lies that we've been deceived through for millennia now.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you on that.
So what we're doing is, as human beings, we're concentrating on government, and there's a force that's just standing back going, look, they're all falling for the same trick.
Yeah. Take a flight.
You should show the
I'd like
evidence.
to talk to you about how the moon's made out of cheese.
I don't know about that. How do you know the moon's made out of cheese?
Oh well, it's probably in the same way you know. Probably in the same way you know the world's flat.
Oh, I know that water's level. That water in your bottle right now is finding level, even though you're not holding the bottle level itself.
Yeah.
And that's provable.
What do you mean by that?
What provable?
No, what do you mean by the water in his flat? What do you mean?
If you turn your bottle perpendicular or horizontal, then the water will still find level once it comes to settle. Do you understand that?
Oh, so you mean for the world to be flat, that should be curved? For the world to be curved, then that should be curved?
Well, no, I can take that bottle and make it 10 miles long, and I'll still get the same result. Would you agree with that? So I could take a 10-mile lake, for example, and prove that it's actually level from one side to the other.
I work in Eastbourne, and a couple of weeks ago on a really clear day, I was standing on Eastbourne Beach, looking over to Hastings, and the buildings and the pier, I could not see the bottom of like I would do if I was standing on Hastings Beach because of the curvature of the Earth.
No, because of perspective.
Sorry?
Perspective.
What do you mean perspective?
Okay, perspective means that that the lower you are, the less far that you can see. So if you went to do exactly the same experiment, but go into the tallest building on a clear day in that town, and then tell me whether you see curvature. Because as you go higher, you know, if you've flown in a plane, I'm sure you have, as you go higher, wow, your range that you can see just keeps extending until eventually in the mists of the atmosphere, you can't see any further. So a guy in America took off in a plane in California and used infrared cameras to film all the way down into Mexico, and he's proven with all the land masses that he can show that he's looking at 1,000 miles away. And if we lived on a ball that's curving at 8 inches per mile squared, which is what mainstream science says, then that would be absolutely impossible. Up until just
How
a
about
few
all the
years
other
ago,
planets? Are all the other planets discs as well?
Well,
Or is it the donut? Is it the donut theory you believe in, or the disc theory?
Well, you've been listening to a lot of misinformation about this.
So what's the theory then? What's your theory?
Well,
the Earth is what?
When I look at it,
Flat? And what's on the other side?
well, okay, look, it's electromagnetic. This is what my theory
So
is.
is everything on Earth on one side and nothing on the other side?
What's beneath our feet is unknown. So we've drilled 8 miles into the Earth. Humanity has only drilled 8 miles into the Earth.
Yes.
So I make no claims beyond 8 miles. Yeah.
So
anyone
what's
who
on the other side?
Hold on.
Is it a disc or is it a
Hold on.
donut?
Hold on. Do you want to hear my ideas, or are you just?
I would like you to answer my.
full of-
I'd like you to answer my questions.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer your question.
Yeah. So is it a disc?
One question at a time.
Is it a
though,
disc
fella.
or is it a donut?
It's more than likely a torus, and a torus looks like a donut. So it's like think about a snow globe, right? You know what a snow globe is?
Yes, I know what it's saying.
Okay, you shake the snow globe up, and then everything that's heavy settles. Everything that's light, if there's any air in it, the bubbles of air will go to the top.
Okay.
Well, that's exactly what we're in. We're in some kind of snow globe. It's a container.
Oh.
Yeah. And you haven't heard this by any of the disinfo people that put this stuff out about flat Earth being ridiculous. But it's electromagnetic. Many top
It is
scientists,
ridiculous, though, isn't it?
including
It is ridiculous,
the idea that
isn't
we
it?
walk underneath a ball.
Hey?
That's totally
It is
ridiculous.
ridiculous. So what about all the other planets?
Does water run downhill?
So what about,
Does water run downhill?
So yeah, water runs
These are
down.
light, yeah. So how does it not? How does the Nile River run up the side of a globe?
Up the side of a globe. What do you mean? Up the side of a globe?
Well, you know what you believe you live in is a globe, right?
Yes.
And
it's
Africa is
circular.
on the side of that globe, and
Yes.
the Nile River is more than 1,000 miles long, running up the side of a globe. Impossible in reality, but in the fictional world.
How
that
do you mean
come
it
from-
runs up the side of a globe?
Well, can you imagine a ball in your mind right now? A
Yes.
football, for example.
Yes.
right? And on the side of that football,
Oh, so you're saying that Africa always stays there?
I'm not saying that. What you're saying, your belief is that Africa is on the side of a ball.
No.
Oh,
no.
yeah.
Oh no, only on the picture do you see it's on the side. Sometimes it moves up, sometimes it moves around.
Oh, okay.
That's what happens.
And so
with
water,
yeah.
in reality, when you do that to water like in a bottle, the water is going to either run downhill, or once you tip it back up, it's going to go back down Africa.
Why does it
It's
go
not
down
going
Africa? That doesn't make
because,
sense.
if you look at your globe and your schoolroom, in your classroom,
The globe's moving. The globe turns around.
So
just
the globe
because
is
just
moving.
because
How do you know the globe's
just
moving?
because we see a picture of Africa like that.
how do you know the
just
globe is
because
spinning?
just because we see a picture of Africa, just because we see a picture of Africa with Africa coming down like that, that does not mean the River Nile flows uphill.
So
No.
being on the side of a ball
That's
is
crazy.
not really on the side of a ball.
That's
Is that what you mean?
crazy. It's not on the side of a ball. There's no side of a ball. A ball is circular.
yeah.
There is no side.
Right. So have you
Okay,
ever
it's a
taken ball?
globe.
Have you ever taken a ball and gotten the water to sit on the underside of the ball, hang on the underside of the ball? Any body of water will fall
It's
right
the
off,
atmosphere. It's been proven.
Yeah? No, it hasn't
It's been
been
proven.
That's the
What
one.
you should do
No, I'll
is
tell you
what you
can
should
Can you
do.
tell me how fast it's spinning?
What you should
you
do
tell
is
me how
actually
fast it's
concentrate your efforts on something that's worthwhile, like these amazing people here that are fighting for justice in Palestine
Well, if-
and against
people need
genocide,
to
instead of
understand we're
something
being lied to.
completely
Well, this is
bonkers.
the biggest, one of the biggest lies of them all, is that we live on a spinning ball. Can you tell me how fast we're spinning?
Hey,
Can you tell me how fast we're spinning?
I don't need
You
to.
don't know.
I don't need to.
Can you tell me how much water curves over distance?
So what? So
If the water's curving like you gave me,
so
as your
are we
example-
all on one massive? Are we all on one massive flat? Why can't I see the Eiffel Tower?
Because of the occlusion.
Hey?
And I told you earlier on about
Surely, if I got a really powerful telescope, I'd be able to see the Eiffel Tower.
you see the atmosphere is mostly water. Atmosphere. The
Look
atmosphere.
at these. See these guys. How old are you?
See the
See,
brainwashing
that's what they
begins
know.
really young.
You've been brainwashed.
We've been brainwashed.
He knows more than you.
Yeah. Okay. So how
Yeah.
fast is it spinning?
However do
You
I
don't know that. So
You don't know that. It's 280 miles an hour.
Nice try.
But I take you 200 miles an hour. fast as I can boogie
Well,
down.
according to the belief system, it's 1,000
So we're
miles an hour.
we're,
Yeah.
we're a big expanse of land like that,
Yeah.
and all underneath us is water. See,
Oh,
come
Well,
on.
well,
Who
this
can
is
see
what
me?
most ancient cultures, all ancient cultures.
where's
believe
the
in.
camera?
Oh, but you are happy that the other planets are still
No, that's
circular.
disinformation. What I'm saying here with my flow is
Oh,
that
so
disinformation.
every planet looks like ours.
There are no
Look
planets.
at my lip.
There are no
No,
planets.
there are lights in the sky.
There are no planets. There's lights
You
in the
believe
sky.
that Mars is a rock instead?
There are no planets. Are we the only planet then? There's no other planet out
There
there.
is no planet. Planet means a small body. I mean, we're not a planet.
There's no
We are-
planets at all. Zero. We're
No,
not a
no.
planet.
We're the only landmass here. Everything else in the sky is light.
I'm telling my
It's light. What kind of light?
Electromagnetic
place.
points of light. Have you heard of the experiment?
Electromagnetic
Have
points
you
of
heard of the
light.
science experiment called Star in a Jar?
Yeah,
No.
I've heard of that. I've
You heard of
that.
Star in a
It's
Jar?
cool. Yeah. I'll definitely. Yeah.
But you're not going to win your argument
Oh,
just by asking me if I've heard of stuff that I haven't heard of.
Yeah.
That's
So you haven't
You
done
wanna
your
go
research.
read?
When
No,
you're
I
telling
have
me,
done,
I
no.
haven't done the
Hey?
research. You don't
Hey?
know how fast we're spinning.
That is
You don't
bonkers.
know the
Can I
curvature.
tell
That is bonkers. You think there's no other planets in the sky?
Can I
There's
tell you
stars.
something
There's
about
stars.
Greg?
Now, if we
Apparently
look
there's
at
no other planets that exist, and we're not even a planet. We're
Can I
that.
tell you something about Greg's?
Got a load of
Greg's.
I know. And
Greg's.
all the
Yeah,
planets
Greg's,
that are just
like the food-
they're
like
all
the food place, Greg's.
electromagnetic lights
Why?
in the sky, apparently.
Wait, what are you teaching about?
flat?
Well, because I'm saying to this guy, which he's struggling with cognitive dissonance, and he
What's your YouTube name? I'm
Should I
gonna
give him my
subscribe.
cognitive distance?
that. Excuse me, I'm busy talking to this guy.
I just tried to ask him if we got a really, if the Earth was flat, we got a really powerful telescope, we should be able to see the Eiffel Tower.
He doesn't want to hear my explanation.
Well, let's hear it first.
All right.
No,
Well, we understand. I think we all
can
understand perspective. That when we look at a train on a flat train line 2 miles away, the train looks small. But as it approaches, it appears to get larger, right?
Yeah.
It's not actually getting larger. It's just the perspective bringing it into its full size. But as we double the distance away, it gets half size again. Yeah. It's called the inverse square law. So the Eiffel Tower at 500 miles away is actually so tiny that we wouldn't be able to see it anyway. But as I was saying to him earlier on, the angle of resolution is an important factor. Because if you were standing 50 miles outside of Paris, you wouldn't be able to see the Eiffel Tower. However, if you went in a plane or a hot air balloon to 400 or 500
Wouldn't be able to
meters,
see it because it's below the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so let me get back to
That's why
answering
you
the
can't see it.
well, what is how much is the curvature?
26
It
miles.
is, yes. Yeah.
26 miles, about.
The curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, you've gone right there.
So do
can't
you
see
know
it.
the formula for how you would calculate? Let's just say you're on a boat.
No,
you're
we
a ship's
don't need
captain.
to. You
But
see,
we don't
you
need
see,
to.
we
You
don't need to know this. No, we don't. No.
Well, because now I'm
This is
testing
my
you
whole
and
argument.
saying,
Is
let me challenge what you believe.
you think by asking us some really amazing scientific questions, which you apparently know
not
the
that
answer
amazing,
to,
it's
that,
simple
that,
maths.
that we must be
It's not
wrong
that
and you
simple.
must be right. But
I
it's,
know,
it's
but if we haven't been taught these things, there's a reason why.
But there's a need. But
Because
there's,
What's the
why
reason?
do we-
What's the reason?
reason
What's
why
the
they
big
don't want you to
conspiracy?
understand-
Why
they
are
don't
people
want you to
doing
ask the
it?
question,
Why?
Why?
how can I see the White Cliffs of Dover from
Okay.
France,
On
which
your
is
side.
13 miles away?
So
It's
the
well known that
people,
you can.
the people that are behind this lie, what is their great result they're trying to achieve? What is their overall
Control your
outcome?
mind, and they've done a great
So
job of it.
But why? But no, but what
because-
are they
because-
doing with the
because
fact that
we
they can
are-
control my mind and make me believe that the
Well, like
planet's
I
a
said in my
globe?
flyer,
What
because
can
I
they?
think that
What can
we
they
are-
do ultimately with that control?
To,
I'm
well,
on your
to
side,
keep
not
us
yours.
as slaves, to get us to go to war.
No,
to get us
let's
to pay
assume
taxes.
that that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, what you're saying then is that every single culture, from the Greeks onwards, even ones that opposed each other, are in on some conspiracy. So the Greeks, when they
No,
found
the
this,
ancient Greeks believed the Earth was flat.
no, they didn't.
Yes, they
That's
did.
not. They're not.
Archimedes worked everything based on water being level.
But I
and
disagree.
the
with
Earth
you.
being flat.
All right.
And
Okay.
all ancient cultures, the Navajo, the Mayan, all these ancient cultures, all said the Earth was flat. And the oldest known
but
computer
you have to
is known
believe
as,
that
as the
because-
astrolabe.
but-
And the astrolabe was based on the stars moving in a constant pattern
No,
above a non-moving
this
Earth.
is. You have to believe that because otherwise you just. But let's move it forward. Islamic civilization. They believed the Earth was round.
No. Round baby like a dinner plate.
Spherical. No,
But
come
no,
on.
not spherical.
Do you think the word's flat?
They
Earth
do,
is- Earth
no, okay, Islam, 7th century, no Islamic scientist
You think the word's
believed the
flat?
Earth was flat.
And
Not
that's what
one.
we're told in our mainstream document.
Well, no, we're not, because I read the original Arabic documents. But that is not the point. You're butting these back for the simple reason that you cannot posit a conspiracy that goes back from NASA to the Greeks, to the Islamic civilizations, to the Americans and the West, and to the Russians. Every single person that is nominally opposed throughout history was working together
certainly in the modern time, I can say that.
So when you had the Russian Cold War, it was just a sham.
Absolutely.
Right. So when you had the Greco-Persian Wars, it was just a sham.
Well, it could have been about taking control of people that were not in the club, because that's how they have, over time, subjugated ancient knowledge and said, no, we're going to beat you into a religion or in a belief system.
That's
and
a different story, and that's not actually even the case.
Absolutely. I think that they've used religion previously, and now the religion of
Why has
NASA,
no one
the
ever
cult of
fallen off?
NASA, has been used to control people.
Why has no one ever
That's
gone
a
to
kind
the
of
end
dumb
and
question when you live on when you believe
why has
people
no
are
one ever
standing
got to the
upside
end and
down.
fallen off?
Well, there's a thing called the Antarctic Treaty. Have you heard of
No,
that?
there's not.
Oh, here we go.
He's
Okay.
lying.
Antarctic Treaty stops us from traveling beyond 60 south parallel. So those that have tried to go beyond that have been turned around by military escort. So we're not actually allowed to go to the edge. But every lake has to have a surround. Every lake has to be surrounded or protected by.
Hey, look!
Yeah, I know. It troubles him. It troubles him.
Interested in how these conspiracies are maintained.
What?
No, but how? How is it that when, let's say that you've got the Russians and the Americans in a Cold War, that's a sham, right?
Yeah.
You're saying they're working together, right?
Yeah.
That
It really does help you to get past this idea that we're at war with our brothers in Russia, in Ukraine, and China, and so on. Actually, because
don't-
when you realise that these people are all working in concert.
Yeah, no, I think there is
to
some
control
lying
us.
going on, but I don't think they're working in concert.
You write a bullshit.
You know, I mean, right now, the agenda of the Israeli-American-Saudi axis is to invade Iran.
Yeah.
There is no way you're going to tell me that Iran and America are playing out a game
Well,
together.
I'm
No
not
way.
I'm not going to try them.
But
Yes,
but
we
you
know.
believe that? It's insane, though. It's
I hit
insane.
you with stuff that has got you in a like a fight or flight situation, so you're not wanting to hear any alternate.
It's like you're.
Even though you don't know how fast the Earth is spinning, you don't know what
But
the
I'm not
curvature
talking
is
about
for this
that.
globe.
I'm
that
talking
you
about-
believe you live
Is
on.
that your YouTube channel?
how
Yes.
the
How many
cons-
people are signed up to it?
1,000 or so.
1,000. How much do you earn from it?
Not much now. YouTube took away my channel because I was trying to tell people not to get involved in the needle program.
Oh, there we
I
go.
assume you got the needles.
Hey?
You've been jabbed?
Yeah, and I'm still standing there to tell the tale. How about that?
Have you looked at how many people are dying suddenly? You should look into that. I guess you won't really know.
My mum's fine, my dad's fine, my girlfriend's fine, my stepchildren are fine, my sisters are fine, my niece and nephew are fine, my cousins are
I
fine.
hope it all goes well
So
for you guys,
it just so happens that it might be people that I don't know that are dropping down dead because of
Our
natural
protest
immunity
is strong
more
because
than
we
I trust
wiped
the
it off the
government.
wall and you never. How do you know that we're strong? We're stronger than you.
Okay. All right. keep
So
it.
what's your hidden agenda? What do you earn from all of this? What's your full-time
You
job?
ain't
Do you have a
kid, you
full-time
look
job?
great.
We've probably had enough of a conversation, fella. So
Because I'm starting to ask you what you
I don't
gain
have
from
to-
this.
I don't have to
Because
answer
generally
these
people like
questions.
you
know
and
that
David
you've
Icke,
just put him in
Hey,
a box.
Bye-bye.
you've just What do you gain from this?
I gain a
You
sense
gain
of-
you gain
I gain a sense of
followers.
trying to help
Hello,
people.
And you gain the control that actually you're saying is happening around the world. You get these people, you control them. And
I don't have the BBC in my
BBC.
Why do you want to duck out of the conversation? You're
because
here.
we're not
Yeah,
going to make
you're
any way.
changing
You
the
guys
subject.
are too entrenched in whatever it is you
It's
do.
not
That's
actually
fine.
true. You don't know.
I
No,
don't need
hold on a
to.
minute.
I
You're not
don't
even.
need to
You're not
convince
even listening to me. Okay. You haven't asked me anything about myself. You don't even know. I'm less jabbed than you are, mate. Yeah. I actually, and I'm more into the conspiracy stuff than
Oh,
you
so
are.
you wouldn't
and
take
I
a jab?
Never.
Your friend here absolutely
Well, I
loves
don't know
the
this
idea.
guy. I just met him now.
Oh yeah. But
But
you're on different camps when it comes to the jab. You don't trust the government when it comes to the jab.
I don't trust the
He
government
trusts
at
the-
all.
You don't-
But I don't
you
trust. But I don't trust people who fall for government lies. Which this, I can tell you. I know I was quite active in conspiracy theory, and I know quite a lot of the top people in it who you would know
So
if
you
I
know
mentioned their
9/11.
names. Yeah, I know it all.
Yeah,
And
no,
I,
9/11 was a scam, right?
Yeah, of course it was.
Right.
But I like.
Do you know that?
Sorry.
Do you know that?
there's certainly a lot of unanswered
What
questions.
I'm
about
trying-
9/11,
Right,
yes,
you're
yeah.
starting to make
Listen,
progress.
What I'm trying to
now.
tell you
Between
is,
me and
okay.
you though is that I don't
Trinity
have to believe that just because something I was lied to about
Trinity
something, I'm lied to about
four.
everything. Okay,
Well,
and
it may
that's
not be everything, but yeah.
okay. So
I started with 9/11.
I feel like
9/11 was
I feel like I'm
entry-level
intelligent enough to be able to make my own decision rather than actually believe that just because I'm lied to about one thing, I'm lied to about everything.
Is it possible that the government, okay, they're not all working together, but they do want to control people, and they realised after 9/11 that people were waking up, and they had to stop it, And they actually then made a campaign to discredit people
See?
by
My friend-
actually making them more stupid. And this flat Earth thing is part of it. And you are part of. You've fallen for it, man.
So you think we landed on the moon?
Your shit
I
will
don't know
work
about
off the
that.
wall.
You don't know about that?
No, I
Well,
think
that's
there's
one of the
a
things
huge.
that broke it for me.
There's a huge lot of evidence, I think, that we might not have done yet.
We
I mean, I
definitely
don't,
didn't.
well, I don't know. I wouldn't say definitely, but I
would
don't
say
know.
evidence.
The only thing that gives me pause with that is why didn't the Russians call it out?
Well, that's why. So I used to say the same thing. I used to say the same thing, that if it was true, or that they didn't, or if they never went, why aren't the Russians telling us that? And then eventually, when you get to realizing that they're controlling pretty much everything.
Yeah, I can't go with that, you
means
see, because I know from my own life, and not in a conspiracy way, just from the way I've travelled and who I know, that because I do know quite a lot of top people politically in the Middle East, there is no way they are controlled.
They are controlled
They're not.
in the Middle East.
Depends where you say in the Middle
Well,
East. The Saudis are, for example, because they're in bed with the people. I'm talking about Iran, places like this. There's no way.
Well,
Hamas, they're controlled.
Okay,
but I
okay.
mean,
So I would say this on that, right? I think that if Iran, I used to think, Saddam Hussein, or not Saddam Hussein, Gaddafi, right? I used to think like
You
if
don't think he was
Gaddafi
controlled?
wasn't, but he did go through like British or French military school, right?
yeah.
Now, if he wasn't controlled, because I hear what the people in his country say, he was doing good things for them. He had that aquifer project that the Americans destroyed. and all of that.
Everybody had a house, didn't they? in that?
Yeah. So I like that, but I think that it's almost like you're allowed if you're given the reins of control of the country. Because think about how the British Empire over the last 200 years has, and now the American Empire has exercised control by creating war, conflict, dividing countries up like they did in the Middle East, and then say, well, we'll anoint or appoint you to be the people who run that. Well, if I'm appointing you, you're one of my guys.
But you're talking like you think that that there really is a conflict there, but whereas really what you seem to think is that the guys that they're oppressing allegedly are on the same side.
No, because
Isn't
it's
that
not
your
hard.
argument?
Well, it's not hard to create a thesis and an antithesis, right? I went into the Angolan War as a youngster in 1987, and what I saw on the ground there, I was involved in tank battles, and what I saw on the ground there was the CIA supporting Jonas Savimbi in the south of the country, the Russians and their generals supporting the north, the government, and so on. And any country, for example, that you invaded and then said to this group of people, whether it be on color, race, creed, or whatever, the Wahhabis or the Sunnis or the Shia, you said, no, you're going to be controlled by that lot over there. Over time, Shias will say, shit, no, we're going to stand up against that. And young men and people are going to say, we're going to go to war against that because we feel absolutely strongly about that. Even in Protestantism, you're going to create an antithesis, and then that can be exploited. Because the best way to control the opposition is to lead it. That's not my words.
That's different, though. I mean, that happened. I mean, you can see that with Hamas quite clearly, can't you? They acted in a way that the result of what they did served the Israeli purpose. Yeah, that's fine. So I mean,
who once you follow the shady money, if you can follow it far enough, you start to find that the same names crop up on both sides. What was it? George Bush's grandfather, Prescott Bush, was imprisoned for funding Hitler.
Sure, yeah, I understand that. But,
but
you can see it quite clearly when it's like that. But when it's not quite clear, like let's say the Iran-Iraq war or something, I don't think that there is the same dynamic as like that. I think their two sides are legitimately trying to
well, look at
beat the other
Pakistan and
one.
India, or you can create a situation where the tension between those two bodies gets them angry enough with each other that they're going to go and kill their own brothers.
Yeah, I think that can happen. Yeah, I think it happens all the time. Maybe most conflicts.
So you can create the situation where people genuinely believe they're going to war with each other. That's
different, though, isn't it?
But what you want to do then is fund those militaries. You want to fund that.
No.
You want to fund that activity.
Plug it in the news.
You're not on the news.
Hi.
What's that?
I'm just going around talking to people
Yeah, what about?
about the lies that
Don't
we're
show
told and the control that we're put under.
He's saying that the Earth is flat. This is Mars. Dummy.
Well, the sea is level and the Earth is 70% water. So
Up there's a big hill.
yeah.
Exactly.
Well, of course, the land masses are obviously undulating, and we have valleys and hills, but the sea is level.
But unless it's, how can it see me level? It's going big waves.
Yeah, Isaac.
Unless you speak, unless you
I'm
speak-
enjoying the conversation with
unless
you, by the
speak
way.
that
So,
Portuguese twice, once not.
all right, good luck.
Bye bye.
Have a good one, Fred. Come on, fatty.
Kids today, man.
Well, I tell you what, it's we're part of, for me, because I think that we come from something higher. We're not evolved apes.
No, of course, I
It
don't
is-
believe that. I mean, evolution's a nonsensical
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
idea.
But what would be the point of that, coming up with that and enforcing it? Almost, it's really the main way of us being educated today is that we evolved over billions
Well,
of
that's
years.
because there's a kind of cult of scientific materialism that
Yeah.
is a sort of secularist agenda, isn't there?
Yeah.
That is
But what would be the ends of that agenda?
That's an interesting question, isn't it? I think the ends of that agenda are, well, obviously for the side that's enforcing it to control.
Yeah.
I mean, resources, money, and
also
what the rest of
I
it.
think to
because
diminish
it's
us.
materialist, isn't
Yeah,
it?
because you see the quality of some of the children and the people today. It's like if there's nothing here, we're just these evolved apes, then do or die. It doesn't really matter. It's not important.
Well,
But-
this all started, didn't it, with the French Revolution and things. I think before that things were somewhat slightly more on an even keel, but that kind of...
Yeah.
It's an atheistic agenda, isn't it? That is...
Okay, so let me offer you this, because you made me think about the American Revolution, and then I go
That's
to the
a sort of
South
similar
African...
sort of,
Yeah, and I go to the South Africans, the Boers, the Dutch, the Huguenots that are meant to have gone out there in the 1600s. They found themselves a land, they called it the Orange Free State and the Transvaal, and they set up these two independent countries completely away from world government control. What happened? Britain applies Boer War I, fails to win, and then sends its largest ever detachment of troops to any war to go and squash these people who were trying to set up an independent state outside of superior control.
Yeah.
And I think that all roads lead to Rome personally, but and it goes, as you were saying, higher than that possibly. And so whenever there's a country, let's say it's Iran, where there is a governor who is not playing by the playbook that they've been told to play, they will create an insurrection. It will be funded.
Well, you've just seen an attempt at one with this ridiculous nonsense over hijab and things.
Yeah.
But I don't believe that's going to work. I mean, it's only they can't really do it. The Iranians are too clever, you see. They actually go back quite a long way. Even pre-Islam, they were masters, sort of.
Yeah, but do you remember that phrase that the military, Rumsfeld or someone said to Saddam Hussein, the weapons of mass destruction in 45 minutes was a lie now.
Yeah.
But what they said is we're going to set your country back to the Stone Age.
Yeah.
So if they can make a threat like that to Iraq, then why not to Iran? Why not that they...
Well,
eventually
they do make those threats, don't they? I mean, they're making them now and trying to drag into this kind of Israeli conflict. I mean, that's what this Israeli conflict's about, actually. It's trying to widen it, but
absolutely.
I don't...
Towards a third world conflict, and is my view.
Or the Iranian conflict. I mean,
Well, and to eventually to subjugate, because what happened to Germany?
Well, oil and things.
Yeah.
But also, Iran doesn't have a Rothschild central bank, and also, I think. That's not an anti-Jewish thing, by the way.
Yeah, no. Reality.
Also, yeah, exactly. I think also Islam as a whole to them is something that is against the kind of banking structure.
Yes. Usury.
Exactly. And they don't like it.
No. And so what do they do if they don't like it? They say, like, if you do not buy into our franchise, we're going to create problems for you, sanctions initially. We're going to make it difficult in your country such that perhaps even your populists turn against you and say, actually, you've made things harder for us, Mr. President, even though he's obviously trying to resist external controls. I can't answer why, coming back to the sort of, bringing it back around to the full circle on the flat earth, I can't say why a guy like Saddam Hussein, Gaddafi, didn't buy a newspaper or a magazine here in the West and say, let me tell you guys the real truth about what's going on in the world. This is who runs it, this is who's controlling it.
He didn't say it because he probably didn't believe in the flat earth, but he did say those sort of things, didn't he? But what would he buy a newspaper? How would they let him? He would never get, he wouldn't let, I mean, anybody who tried to say, I don't know, buy a primetime advert in the middle of, I don't know, the Super Bowl play,
Yeah.
they wouldn't be allowed to. Maybe they do
No.
try, but they're not
Yeah.
allowed to.
Yeah.
To
Yeah.
They're just sorry. Maybe someone says, look, here's 50 million. They say, I'm sorry, can't, I just can't put it on.
Censorship is real, and the control of information is absolutely almost total. You know, once upon a time there were little newspapers in America. You know, it was just one guy and his, 5,000 paper publication, and he could write whatever he wanted. Those soon got hoovered up by the conglomerates.
Exactly, but it has to be, doesn't it? Because I mean, let's talk about Islam because that's what I know about. But that is a threat to them, the biggest threat. I don't mean spiritually or religiously, but just in terms of finances. Because if any of these people here knew what the deal was, like in that respect, they would be flocking to it. I mean, let's say, for example, you take a business loan.
Yeah.
You can't actually you can't have 30% interest in Islam. You can't. What they'll do is they'll say something like, okay, we'll take 2% or whatever we agree.
Fees. We'll try some fees.
Yeah, well, it'll be a percentage of your profit.
Uh-huh.
So if you make $1 million, you pay 2%. You make only 100 quid, you pay 2%. Okay, because that's the deal.
Right.
But you make 100 quid in your business, you're still paying 200, 300,000 in interest.
Yeah.
But they don't care if your business goes bankrupt. You still come after you. You still owe the money.
Yeah.
And it affects this. Every single person here is going to be affected by that.
We are.
Because they're paying their mortgages and all that. And if it all came down to them realising, hold on a minute, I could have paid off my mortgage 10, 15 years ago and saved 100,000. Every single, but that's the threat that they don't want people to know about that, and they stop them looking into Islam by this motif of the
fearful, it's all
the
terrorist,
jihadi
it's
bomber,
all,
yeah, and which exists, but probably who knows how many of them are on the payroll. I mean, I heard a story where Imam at a mosque, this new guy came, he was a convert, and after a couple of weeks he started saying something like, I've about had enough of this situation here. It's really bad, isn't it, all this injustice? And he was going, it's terrible. We need to pray. He says, no, I don't. We need to do a bit more than pray. I think, I know some people who we could really start causing some havoc. And maybe I don't know. Maybe we could bomb something, all right? And so Imam phoned the police and the security services, and they said, don't worry about it. Forget about it. And I said, well, look, this guy's saying don't come in. And then it goes back. The guy disappeared. Never seen him again. Right. But he was obviously some sort of stooge, a plant. Right,
trying to stir up.
Probably from MI5. And if the Imam had said, okay, let's go, you would have seen that all over the news.
That these guys are plotting something, but they were actually
exactly
absolutely as a honey trap in a way.
I mean, I think a lot of that happens, and sometimes it even goes far enough where it actually does kick off.
Yeah,
I mean,
and it's not hard to go to a community, let's say in Bradford or somewhere, and find some disenfranchised lads who will go along with someone saying, hey, I can help you get hold of some fertilizer or some stuff that's going to do a thing, and what have you, and they'll go, yeah, let's do that, because we've been treated bad by a few white guys here, and so we want to kind of take action. But Muslims in the main are peaceable, they don't really buy into that. However, if you do attack their country or you attack their belief or whatever, it's understandable that there's going to be a backlash or a reaction to that. And so that's what we're in. We're in this sort of push-pull world that, so I've been to Speaker's Corner many times talking on this topic and spoken, it's mostly Muslims there, and they say, the stuff that you say, you're almost a Muslim in the way that you think and you see who we are and what we are. So I wanted to say that because, a top well-known Imam there said to me, yes, it's true what we say in the Quran is that the sun and the moon are small and they travel over us. We don't roll underneath them. Just for your own grist for the mill. In terms of
don't know about that, but I mean,
well, that's what the Imam, and he's like one of the most well-known guys there. Now, the Old Testament.
There are some flat earthers in Islam, though.
I know some. But in the Old Testament text, it says that the earth was created stable, unmoving, and that the lights in the sky were meant for signs and seasons, and that they are there to tell us what things are going to happen and all of that kind of thing. And we've taken this P900 camera, the Nikon P900, super zoom camera, 800 or 80 or 90 times zoom camera, and we've filmed these stars and slowed that footage down, and all you see is these like twinkling effects and sometimes the different Marses are reddish color and the others have got blues and some have got rainbow changing, and they told us that that's the light coming through the atmosphere making it do that, but it should have the same effect on all of those, not one looks red, one looks like a rainbow.
Some are further away, aren't they?
Well, so they may be, but in terms of my understanding, that when we talk about further away, we could be talking about tens of miles or hundreds of miles, and not
light years.
millions
I
of
mean,
light
some of those
years.
stars aren't there, are they, anymore? Most of them, if you look at them, they don't exist. They just, that's how long it takes light to travel.
Yeah, I used to say that to my children.
Yeah, but no, I think it's true.
Well, we can't prove that.
But why wouldn't it be true? But what does it matter anyway? you know?
Well, for me, the flat Earth is a gateway truth because you see, like you've obviously seen 9/11, you've seen the moon landings, you've seen the COVID hoax.
But that puts me off, you see. I mean, I often, in terms, I mean, I'm not any remit for all these kind of straits. But if I was to talk to them, I would probably deny.
What you know.
Not necessarily, I wouldn't know what I know. If the flat Earth's in the mix, I would deny it.
Yeah.
Not because I don't want to be. It's too much. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's up there with kind of the most. I believe in fairies before I believe in. I do believe in fairies, but you know, before that, way before that.
Oh, I'm not far from that. You know, for me, before I found flat Earth, I had an ayahuasca experience, and I believed I could see fairies in my chest.
Well, I think they are there.
And I could see my higher self sleeping underneath me, just waiting. This invincible being waiting for me. I was an atheist. 7 minutes later, the first words out of my mouth was, "It's true. There's a God." And so I went at 45 years old at the time. So I went in a very short space of time from rejecting pretty much everything that was not the mainstream to going, oh my God, nothing I've ever been taught is true.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, did you ever read this Strassman's The Spirit Molecule?
Yeah, I've seen the documentary. On the Spirit Molecule.
You wrote the book, and in the book it says something like there's, he took these volunteers, as you know, to give them DMT.
Yes, 97.
Yeah, and it said something like, there's no atheists after the third dose. That was his motto.
Absolutely.
I mean, and I think that's true, because you see the truth of, I haven't taken it, I don't know, but I mean, you see the truth of things, but I think you can be also open to other things, you know, because there's also a bad thing out there, as well as a good thing.
Absolutely.
There's not, I mean, if you want to say God and the devil, I mean, I don't particularly...
Light and dark.
Yeah, whatever, but there is something evil running around, and...
Well, it might even be, if I may interject, it might even be that the so-called God of this world is a dark force, but there is an over-God, there is something beyond that. So when you were saying earlier on, I think that you were saying earlier on, that these governments are actually patsies, or they are frontmen for something much higher beyond the
They are in league with the dark force.
Yeah. And I believe that that's the God that they, you know, God we trust on the dollar. I think that's the God that they are in hock with.
I mean, did you read about the Nuremberg trials about this?
A little about that.
They wanted to get the Nazis the death penalty. Right? So they had all this evidence, and it was a bit of a kangaroo court. I'm not a Nazi. I don't like Nazis or racists. But just an interesting thing. They had all this evidence, and they wanted to. It was a foregone conclusion. They didn't want to let them off. All right. So in this evidence, though, there was like piles and piles and piles of evidence of things like we had a ritual for such and such a demon, and this demon told us to do this, and this demon told us to do that. Right? And they said, no, we're not putting that in the evidence, right? Because if we did, they will then plead insanity, and they'll get off. But they said we need to hang these guys, so we're not going to show you that. But that exists. I mean, it's not. It's out there.
Summoning demons. Yeah, I believe that's.
And it had a list of places where they used to do it. I mean, they I think, I'm not sure who it was. Might have been Eichmann. I don't know. I don't know for sure. But somebody made a kind of a castle with some money that he'd sequestered from somewhere around, and had a ritual room in it. And there was like a photograph of it. There's a book about it by Goodrich Clark. It's called Nazi Occultism, or something like Occultism in the Third Reich or something. But he's a serious academic. He's done a lot of research on it, and they were doing this.
Okay.
But they just thought, well, that's just something stupid that they were doing.
Yeah.
I don't think it was something stupid that they were doing. I think it was the core of their project. And I also go further. I think that people are doing it right now. You know, like in Tel Aviv and in Downing Street, maybe. I don't know.
No, I wouldn't disagree with that. Now, do you know Project Paperclip?
Yeah, that's when they brought all the Nazi scientists to the US for the space program, by the way.
Right.
Werner von Braun actually said you could never make a rocket, didn't he?
Yeah, and on his tombstone it has one verse. It only says his name and one verse, Psalms 19:1. which is the heaven show us the handiwork of God or something like that.
Yeah.
So he was saying that, but he became their rocket guy. Now half of them went to America and the other half I believe went to Russia. So all of these people who were practicing occult then get embedded into the system. Jack Parsons' laboratory becomes NASA.
Exactly, he was a right one, wasn't he? Wasn't he friends with the Scientology guy?
You're
What's
right,
his name?
dude. You've done your research.
L. Ron
Hubbard.
Hubbard, yeah.
L. Ron Hubbard and Walt Disney.
Yeah,
Walt
I didn't know
Disney-
that, but that doesn't surprise
Yeah, the
me.
three of them were students of Anton LaVey.
Right,
So
right.
the three of them go on to be pivotal.
Well, he was an atheist.
Yeah, but he was like a Church of Satan. That was his.
Yeah, but
that was
he made it an atheist church,
Right.
didn't he? I mean, that's kind of an
Yeah.
interesting agenda. I
Yeah,
think.
and so these people go on to, and Werner von Braun writes a book in 1956 about a man called Elon taking mankind to Mars,
Yeah.
which is what we see happening in the world today.
He's another one, isn't he?
Yeah.
That is a very suspect.
Very suspect. You know, my wife and I, we started to question whether there actually are like some kind of alien beings that are amongst us, and they look like us, but they are. You know, and in a world of dark and light, there might be true that there are dark souls and there are light souls, and these dark souls are tapping into something darker.
Maybe. Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know
But
about
I
that,
just
but-
speculate that Elon Musk is deep state operative who is
Absolutely.
designed to steer mankind into this sort of AI, give away your nature to something
Yeah.
external, rather than realizing that it's all within you, that the truth is written on your heart.
I mean, well, that's obvious anyway, isn't it? That he's like that because he's lost a lot of money, but he doesn't seem to care. I mean, he's doing everything to lose even more money. So someone is funding that.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's
Yeah. Now I'll give you an example. He was doing an interview with a guy that I analysed quite closely a few months ago, and the whole time he's pretending to be drinking water, but looking down at cue cards and to answer questions. He's just taken over Twitter, and the guy says to him, "Oh, I see you've made big. You say a lot of savings on staff. You've let go a lot of staff, and the saving is $3 billion." And he says, "Oh yeah, that's it. You know." Right at the end of the interview, the guy corrects himself because he's obviously someone said in his ear, it wasn't 3 billion, it's 300 million. Now, there's a world of difference between 300 million and 3 billion. And that Musk couldn't say, no, it was a 300 million saved out, mate, not 3 billion. He couldn't say that. He didn't know that. So I think he's an actor, for sure. There's something deeply... And the idea, I say to people this, that, you know, he sold... PayPal. Apparently, the story goes he sold PayPal for some undisclosed amount, somewhere between 300 and 400 million dollars. Right? That's what he gets for PayPal. Now he then buys a share of Tesla, which is 10%, 11% of Tesla. He sets up a SpaceX with this 300 million dollars. Now NASA spends 300 million dollars a week. So how, with 1 week of NASA's budget, does he, within a few years, and they've been getting this budget for 50 years, within a few years, he's now superseding what they can achieve with many times his budget. But for
It may,
all being
yeah.
externally
That
funded.
I don't know what costs what, but it could be that NASA is funneling most of that money into some kind of black projects that we don't know about, and has some other agenda
Agreed.
that we don't know where it's going.
80 million a day.
Yeah. But it could be on anything, couldn't it? It could be on some kind of secret outposts already somewhere. I don't know.
Well, they say that Hitler was in the 1940s, was very interested in land in New Schwabenland or something, which is apparently in Antarctica. And that they were doing things there. Now, this guy called Admiral Byrd, he was the most decorated admiral in the Navy. He spends 15 years exploring Antarctica. And on a TV interview for Longines TV, it was called, he says, you know, I found land there that no man has ever seen before. Land bigger than America.
And
there's
he had an
resources
underground thing there as well, wasn't there?
They say that there's these bunkers. They say that they had technology like anti-gravitic technology and so on that they were developing.
I heard that. Yeah.
And then they were using because on a flat plane Earth, we are sure there's the possibility that there's continents we've never seen.
Yeah.
That makes sense. But on a globe, everything's trapped in that it's hard to say that there's continents that we've never seen. But on an extended plane, I don't know how it works on the flat Earth. However, it does open the possibility that there are lands that either get defrosted as the sun moves into different positions, or that there are lands beyond the ice shelf. There are stories that are written. Now, this Admiral Byrd, he dies a year after saying, I've found land bigger than America. That might not be suspicious, but his son, some 10 years ago, released his diaries, personal diaries, and in it he talks about going, because what he was doing was he was flying for a few hundred miles, dropping fuel, going back, getting more fuel, and eventually he was getting more than 1,000 or 1,500 miles into this sort of hinterland of Antarctica. And he then tells the story about how he then came into contact with a very high race of people. Is that science fiction? It might be, but it is interesting.
But it doesn't surprise me because, I mean, what I think, I'll give you my take on what is going on. Okay? You're probably far madder than yours, probably.
Okay.
So good! So good!
You need singing lessons.
Shut up, John. And you need to go to Specsavers.
What is this? I mean,
I could never have been so rude to an older person when I was that age.
Yeah, I
I
know.
could never have been so rude.
I think
Go on.
that you've got the material world.
Yeah.
Right, then you've got the afterlife,
All right.
the whatever you want to say, this non-material world, right now. And in between, there's this twilight zone sort of thing, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
That is material and non-material, and non-material or material. Now,
Okay.
all the things that are weird, like I put Bigfoot, fairies, gene, UFOs, even in that.
Mandela effect. Have you heard of
Yeah,
that?
yeah, exactly. Berenstein Bears. Also, I have experience of this.
Okay.
Actually, my daughter has proved this to me, and so you're in this. If this sometimes comes there, like I don't know, there's this story often where somebody goes to a place and they go to the hotel and they have a great time in the hotel. Oh, it's so cheap. Oh my God, we'll go back there next year. And they go back there and there's no, the hotel isn't there. You know, or
Right.
big folkloric motif.
I've heard stories about this.
Yeah, exactly. And or you know, the Bigfoot disappears. You know, like they say,
Yeah,
okay,
it's
there's
moving through
yeah. I mean,
frequency of vibration.
exactly because it's like loads of people see it, but then there's no bones. Or look, this monster. Look at that. There's no monster in that lake. But sometimes there is because it. And I think
you
even
understand that there's personal space. I'm not allowed to invade yours. You're not allowed to invade mine, kid. You're not allowed to invade my personal space. That's the rule.
yeah, you gotta stand. Have you got a black bum? Stand.
But yeah, I totally get that. I totally get what you're saying. I mean, for me, see, like Nikola Tesla said, if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of frequency, vibration, and light frequency and vibration. So I think that everything that we're interpreting around us is merely a frequency. And this is what I saw on the ayahuasca. Was that everything in the space that I
We see on the ayahuasca, you went to that middle space.
or I see it like this. It's like taking an old school TV and plugging in a decoder that allows you to get all of a sudden 500 channels weren't there a moment ago.
Exactly.
Well, this is, for me, was ripping the veil of this material perspective
Right.
and showing me that everything that we see here is actually just a vibration.
Yeah.
It's all frequency. We interpret it as brick,
Yeah,
man,
yeah.
and so on.
Yeah.
The difference between the brick and the man, you're carrying something like a soul, I think, or you're carrying something special, different to the brick. But it's all frequency. And so to take the example of a hotel can be vanished, or the Berenstein Bears can be changed. All of these things, if it's just a frequency, then a coder could just alter the code by one digit, and then now we don't see it anymore.
Or your perception could be in such a way. I mean, look, you look out over here. There's no guarantee that what you're seeing is this moment.
Yeah.
I mean, you might be seeing something that happened 20 minutes ago by looking here. You would only notice that being different if you were seeing something that happened a year ago or 2 years ago or 20 years ago, you know, but you because you can't tell, nothing makes you, it's happening all the time.
You're right.
It's not happening in such a way as you notice. If a giant UFO comes out, fuck, I noticed that. But actually, maybe a tiny airplane is passing, you don't even notice at all. Maybe it might have been a Lancaster bomber, or, you know, you don't. These kind of time differentials are happening all the time, and so maybe I quite believe that Bird could have seen another continent, because there is another continent there, you know, and there certainly will be in 50 years' time. That means you can see it now.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah. I mean, his story goes that, you know, mankind here is not ready or not in a high enough state of consciousness, if you like, to have access to that knowledge and to those people.
Yeah.
So is it possible that even those people, as good as they are steering and controlling? I think we almost got talking about the Antarctic Treaty, which after Byrd finishes up there in 1957, the next year the biggest countries in the world, including Russia, signed the Antarctic Treaty, stopping us going beyond the 60th parallel unless it's under escort. And
There could be a number of reasons for that.
yeah, but I think that the reason that it's just for penguins, to protect the
It
penguins,
could be because they're doing some shit there that, you know,
Oh, absolutely.
that we don't know about.
Absolutely. And if there are, like Bird said, all these resources there beyond that would last lifetimes for mankind lifetime. Shell, BP, and so on, they would have petitioned. They have enough control with the government to have gone in there and said, look, we're going to mine oil. We'll keep it clean. We'll just go in on one peninsula. We'll pull out the oil. We'll pull out the coal, and blah, blah, blah. It shouldn't be that.
Or they found something. I believe fervently that we have reached this state of technology and beyond many times. I mean, there's been many human races. I think we get there and we blow
I
it.
call them epochs.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe we blow ourselves up because we're idiots, and then after a million years we start again, and they blow themselves up, or whatever.
Yeah.
And there might be evidence of that.
Yes.
In those places under the ice, and they don't want people rocking up and drilling under it and finding that evidence for some reason, because those civilizations impact how they control us in some way. I don't know.
And it undermines the lie of evolution and the lie of who we are. Have you come across the pyramids in Japan, in the Sea of Japan?
Yeah, there's quite a few of those, aren't there?
Now then, there's the Göbekli Tepe, where they're down 30, 40 meters into the sand and soil, and they're finding structures that are massive, Greco-Roman almost in their size, if not bigger.
Well, that's at 10,000 BC, isn't it?
So how is that possible that these high cultures existed once upon a time that could build on that scale, and we know nothing about them?
Well, they could be giants. They could have been bigger people,
Giants. For me, the evolution or the devolution is from giant to small 6-foot man now.
Well, it says in the Bible there were giants, wasn't there?
Oh, giants in those days, absolutely. And when you look particularly in Italy and other places, you see buildings with doors that are so high. You're like, what possible purpose would men our size need to build doors of that scale? They do not.
But I don't know about that, because in some Islamic monuments there's huge doors. I mean, really as big as that second floor. And that's only 7th century, and there certainly weren't those people running around then.
Well, I mean, that's according to what we're told. I don't know. It goes back to history from 200 years ago. You can't be absolutely sure what the story is. And if academia has been controlled. Okay, let's take the example of the epoch, right? Let's say we've had an epoch-ending event. Most of mankind has been wiped out. The few survivors are living in caves, painting with their hands and so on. And we call them cave people, simple people. And then over hundreds of years, those people are then brought into the system. They're given an education. The education, whether it be Islamic or other Christian or whatever, is that this is where you come from. This is your history. We had cavemen, then we came agricultural, 12,000 years ago, and then we could build the pyramids, and then which we still can't build again today. And then this is so those good students, which is why I don't think people are out there actively lying. I believe that at some point we were given information which we now pass on down the generation.
Or there's something that we just generally don't know. I mean, do you know this coral castle in Florida?
Yes, the man who could lift it with
Ed.
using...
He allegedly discovered something, and I believe it because it's sitting there.
Vibration technology.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Nobody. He would never. He would get these giant ton things delivered on a flatbed truck, and then it'd get them to take it off and go away, and nobody ever saw him because it was like in the middle of the night. They'd be up there the next morning, and
So vibration and frequency. So if you can alter the base vibration of something, maybe you can change its weight. And this is
or certain sounds can levitate something. A certain pitch
like a bee
that vibrates with the rock.
Like a bee. It's not flying, it's levitating.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that might be what Boeing is doing with their planes now, is that they're actually able, people have shown video footage of planes, almost 747 style planes, almost hovering and moving so slowly. It's like what we're taught about it needing...
Like a flying saucer
airflow.
bit.
Anti-gravitic. So I have you come across what's his name, the South African guy? He talks a lot about this. I forget his name at the moment. Anyway, he talks a lot about this.
What does he talk about?
About using vibration technology to
probably
to move things.
I don't know. Did he write a book?
He has written a few books. What's his name?
South African.
What's his name, guys? Let me see if anyone in the chat knows his name. Tellinger, thank you. Michael Tellinger.
I don't know him.
Okay, he's written a book and he's done a lot of research into these, what they call Adam's calendar, and all these stone circles that they've got, and how these were vibration, they were using vibration technology lift things and raise things up. So it may be the case that there is technology being hidden from us that can explain how the pyramids and how much bigger megaliths have been moved into place using the same thing. So it all comes back to frequency and vibration again.
Yeah, I think, and sound.
Yeah. Sound. Anyway, it's been a really
Yeah, it has. Well, we're on the same page, more or less.
Very much so.
Drop this flat Earth thing and you'll be all right.
Can I give you a flyer to take home?
Want to, yeah.
I've enjoyed the chat.
Yeah, me
Thanks
too.
very much.
Have a good one.
Cheers, man. Thanks for that. Wow. Did you guys see how much I had to deal with on that conversation? That was that's why it's not for everyone, and you've got to be in a pretty good state of mind when you do this way, because it can be pretty abusive. Thanks for the thumbs up. Thanks for posting that Patreon stuff. Appreciate it. Hey guys. G'day. Whoa, I've had a rough ride out there.
Yeah?
You have to go back and watch the video, because I was getting some grief. Not from that chap, initially from that chap, but we found a lot of common ground in here.
Okay.
So,
what about, was it the two couples?
The children, and then there was one guy initially who started off the whole, you give me a lot of grief about it, but that's how it goes.
Yeah, I think the girl that did the rubbing out of your chalk, she started rubbing out some of this stuff, so we went over to spoke to her. Angry.
Yeah, angry girl,
yeah. So hopefully she's gone away with a bit of, still thinks we're completely wrong, but hopefully she's got a bit of stuff to think about. But she did stop washing it off.
Good for you. Good for you. But yeah, this hasn't been an easy crowd. You said that early on, I'll say that.
Yeah. One guy though came through, shook my hand. He went, is that a statement or? Yeah, shook my hand. I said, what about the rest of it? He went, yeah. That's good.
Awesome. My thing is, I've been holding this chalk for so long while I was chatting to those people. My fingers are all yellow. Funny enough, when I was writing there, Earth is flat, right, on that blackboard, and a few paces behind me, I could hear this guy saying, "Yeah, I think that's right, because planes don't make any account for that." So I turned to talk to him. Said, "Yeah, I know pilots, blah blah blah." Said, "Are you filming?" "Yeah, I don't really film." Well, I turned back around because I wasn't going to bother him with that. I turned back around to carry on writing, and he walks off saying, "It's illegal to film in public." And, oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh.
I think outside the bag. It says it on your bag. Think outside your bag. It says it on your bag.
Think outside the bag. Think outside the ball. I told one guy that Earth is a ball. He said, you might have been with me that day. I was in Speaker's Corner. Don't call it a ball. It's a globe, to call it a ball is to blah, blah, blah. And then the other guy was like, I'm saying, Africa is like, water is running up the side of this ball, right? Or this globe. It's like, no, it's not really. Sometimes the Earth is this way and sometimes the Earth is tilted that way. And, oh man. Yeah.
Any alternative. Yeah, I spoke to a neighbour the other day and she's going, it's in the Blake spheroid. I was going, you're a Neil deGrasse Tyson fan. And then we got into a few things. That's for another day. Yeah. Ended up talking about more of the common law stuff with her. She found interesting. So yeah, we'll have to have a catch up with them.
I need a quick smoke break after all that.
Have you got tobacco with you?
I do, thanks. Oh, that's Oh, the one guy was like harassing me, like, so you do this, you get money for this, how do you get money, blah blah blah, and you're doing this to kind of earn money and so on. If only you knew.
Yeah.
But if you feel at all compelled to put coins in the coffer, there is a buy me a coffee and I know a few guys of you have done that over time, so much appreciated. There's the new Patreon page, or not, the resurrected Patreon page, PayPal, etc. Yes, mate.
Dave.
Yes.
I know you, Dave.
Do you?
Texted you about 9 years ago.
No way.
The exact text was, when I was a kid, I wanted to be Steve Austin.
All right.
Now I'm an adult, I want to be Dave. Do you remember that? Do you remember that comment?
I might do. Yeah, that might do. Oh, shake my hand.
Yeah, I got
What's
to
your
become
name?
Terry.
Terry.
I become a flat earther 10 years ago almost.
Wow, man.
2015. Those fun mouths just popped out, didn't they? It all come out on purpose, obviously.
Yeah.
And tried to resist the silly flat earth nonsense.
Yeah.
Eventually clicked on one of them. I think it was a Jeranism or something like that.
Right.
And yeah, half an hour later, it slapped me in the face, big time.
Yeah. Flat smacked.
Big time.
Yes, sir.
And I was watching you earlier. You didn't put Hastings on the title, did you? Where you were?
No.
And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, that looks familiar, that does.
Right. I did start, when I started the stream, I said I'm in Hastings. You might have missed it.
Oh, did yeah, literally, I just clocked on.
Well, thanks for coming down.
That's all right, yeah.
I appreciate it.
Do you appear in the chat at all? Not so much. What's your name on the chat? It's a telex.
And this is Dean and this is Sarah.
Right.
Been here, since 11 a.m?
No, we only got here, we started at 1. Actually, I'd have to be here a little bit earlier, but I'll give you a flyer as well as we come down. Not that you need it, but
no.
We've had an interesting time here.
Good, yeah.
Not
in a
all
positive way or a negative way?
A bit of both.
yeah, you get a bit of all of that, you know. But wow.
Did you go into any other topics? Like
Well,
jabbies?
funny enough, there was these two guys that were giving me grief, but they didn't know each other. And then one's like, yeah, I'm fully, I'm needled up to the hilt. My family's fine, everything's fine. And the other guy, who was, both of them were giving me grief about flat Earth. The other one's like, I've never taken any of that. So I'm like, oh, so you guys are on different camps when it comes to that, and I ripped them apart. And then I ended up having a really good conversation with the chap who, because he knows the moon landings, he's pretty sure the moon landings were hoaxed. He knows 9/11. He knows a whole lot of other things that were like, we had a lot in common at the end of it, although he was obviously struggling with.
That's it, a lot of them failed to connect the dots, didn't they? If you go back far, you say moon landers, and 50-50 sort of agree it's fake, and then you get 9/11, a lot of people think it's fake. You're like, so you believe that's all fake, and you believe they're telling the truth now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I always tend to say to people, do you think the system, do you think the government lies to us
That's
about
my
anything?
first question.
Anything
people.
at all?
Yeah.
And most people say yes.
Yeah, I say out of 1
But why
to
would
10.
they lie about flat Earth?
1 to 10, how much do you love, how much do you believe the government tells the truth? But a lot of people say, I don't trust them at all. Why? It seems, whatever comes out their mouth afterwards, this proves that they do trust the government. Oh, I'm fully jabbed up, I'm fully boosted. We went to the moon, blah, 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 blah.
You can't help them. But the biggest blocker for a lot of people is that means that Russia, that Russia would have told us, right?
Of course, the Russians would have told us, of course, yeah.
So it's the same with WWE, the wrestling federation. It's like, well, wouldn't they tell us that there was all a show? They hate each other, these two wrestlers. They would tell us that it's a con.
Of course they would tell us it's a con, yeah.
One of them would say, no, it's a scam.
When they're making big money out of it, of course they're going to keep their mouth shut.
Yeah, big money, and they've got people hooked, giving away their
it's the same with mainstream media to a certain extent, and these people get to the top, they're not going to open their mouths. There's no difference to the relatives of like Neil Armstrong, etc. They're not going to say anything, are they?
No.
Of course.
No.
They'll shoot themselves in the foot.
Well, yeah, it would, and if he'd ever told his family, it would absolutely destroy his legacy.
Exactly, yeah.
As well as that if you know too much and you talk out of turn, you end up like David Kelly in a field going for a walk with your dogs and you never come home.
You never come home. Yeah.
Dr. David Kelly, rest in peace.
But there's a fine line, and you've got complete gullibility this end and complete paranoia this end, and you've got to sort of flutter around in the middle of it, haven't you? Really?
That's right, yeah, because you can end up being too, more frightened by or more paranoid by all the stuff you know. So how do you find that balance, that
Yeah.
neutrality, where it's like, yeah, I know all of this stuff, but I don't need to be vexated by it, you know?
Exactly, it's moderation, isn't it? Like
Yeah.
everything, it's moderation,
Yeah.
it's everything.
You can go to the the magician's show knowing that he's not really cutting the girl in half and go, yeah, I enjoyed the show, you know, but I'm not at all like,
Exactly, yeah.
so, and that's really what there's that phrase, be in the world, not of the world. I think that's what we've got to be, in the world, not of the world.
But no, I'm watching your tour years ago when you were on that bus travelling around Europe.
My gosh.
Don't know how you did that.
Oh my gosh. That was one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life.
I bet, yeah.
I started to liken it to being at war, really. It was so intense. You know, non-stop, and of course I had my wife and the baby.
I
with
know,
us, yeah.
exactly. You would finish the day and you were literally jumping
Yeah.
jumping into a box together like that.
Yeah. Sleeping on the floor, some of us.
Drive a few hundred miles and same again, wasn't
Same
it?
again.
Repeat and
Thank you.
repeat.
Yeah, that was intense.
But I think that woke up a lot of people, just that alone.
Yeah. And I was hopeful we would continue to do that, but I really think that the 2020 COVID nonsense
Next
really
thing, you had the
messed up
UK
with
tour planned, didn't you? If I
Yeah.
remember rightly, with Sven.
Yeah.
I know Sven quite well.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Karen from the Sun and Moon.
Yeah.
Fam United. Yeah, her partner who's just passed
Mickey.
away. Mickey, my best friends.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mickey Wallbanger.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to meeting him actually.
Yeah. It was me who turned me over. Who convinced him.
Wow. Yeah, no, he was a solid guy, man. I was gutted. And it happened quite suddenly. I know he had some health issues.
He had never looked after himself. He was a bit of a manic depressive.
He was a big Coca-Cola drinker, is that right?
Not really, no. He just didn't, he didn't exercise much, ate the wrong stuff, never looked after himself. Had a bit of a sad life, and luckily he found that turned him around. It was great to see. It was lovely to see him so happy.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
Well, like you say, he had that at the end, but yeah, maybe if it come sooner in his life, it could have extended his time here. Whereas, yeah, she's still heartbroken about it, I think.
I know, I speak to her every couple of weeks.
Right.
Prolific YouTuber, so
Yes.
that keeps her occupied.
Yeah.
Puts her mind, on other things.
You know, Karen, Sun and Moon was one of the biggest channels on Flat Earth back in 2015, 16. She was really like where a lot of the thinkers were going was to her channel, and there were some great discussions going on in that time. I don't know quite how it unwound, but she lost a lot of that impetus somehow, and it sort of went over to the other bigger channel.
Yeah, I think she got strikes at the wrong time or whatever. It's funny, you can say things and get away with it, and another time you say the same thing and bang, you just struck off. I know you sort of fluttered, I think you were Brighton and all over the place, haven't you? So I was just looking through your video and I thought, hang on, that looks familiar. It wasn't until you turned around here, I was like, okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm so chuffed you came down, and but yeah, we're not a long way from here at the moment near Battle.
Okay,
a few weeks. So.
Brilliant. Okay.
Yeah. We've been sort of we haven't never, even since 2019, we've never had a home, right?
So you went back to South Africa.
We did that. That was quite successful. I lost my channel during that phase, and then and we hope to go back actually. South Africa. My daughter's out there at the moment. She's loving it. She's never spent a long time in South Africa. She has visited with us, been once or twice over the years, but she's spending 3 months out there as a digital nomad and absolutely loving it. So, but in terms of the work that I can do, I feel like really connected to those African people. I really do. I feel like I can reach them. Like what I had today, like these youngsters coming in my face and pulling signs at me and being all sorts of rude. You can go back and check it because you would have been on the way here. But I had these youngsters being all sorts of rude to me. You wouldn't get that almost ever
No.
in the African setting. They are far more respectful and far more willing. They're closer to, I say, closer to God
Yeah, yeah,
than
yeah.
we are. We've been damaged
Maybe
by
they've
our,
not been as indoctrinated,
yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
from such a young age. In the
Oh, the
same way.
indoctrination's thick and fast here, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, the moment you walk into school, yeah, right. That's it. Off you go.
Yeah, and that's on your telly all the time, and all around you, and what your peers
Your
are
elders,
about.
your
Yeah,
peers.
they're fully.
They're indoctrinated.
They watch the moon landings on the TV,
Exactly,
so it's
yeah.
real,
As
son.
I
It's
say to
real.
most people, if your grandparents are brainwashed and your parents
Yeah.
are brainwashed,
What
how
chance
do you
have
not
you
know
got?
you're brainwashed?
I think someone came past me earlier on and said brainwashed. That's a beautiful irony.
Yeah.
I mean, with what's happened the last 4 years, it's helped us a bit.
Yeah.
I think that's given a lot of people a kick up the backside.
Yeah.
The government may not love them as much as they believe.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Ryan Boston Bear. Nice to see you, JT. I'm just trying to Mark Swarbrick's still here.
What do I know?
And
Well, I know that
Jeffrey. Big up from Hamburg.
I know that this is Paris. I know that
Level from here today. Can you measure from the ground how fast the Boeing is flying? That's an interesting question. I guess you can. I mean, you've got to know a few things about its height, eh? And its heading, like, you know, where it is from. You know, if you mind if you just show you. Is that the lady I spoke to earlier on? I hope so.
Actually, believe
I met a lady this morning who was who felt a little bit lonely because, you know, she's been looking at a lot of these things. She's not completely sold yet on the idea that globe is alive, but she does feel like an outsider in the main, and so it was nice for her to meet someone in the flesh who was like, "No, you're on the right page, sister. Don't be fearful."
No, it's good to meet fellow truthers. That's what we're doing. We're searching for the truth at the end of the day. I do hate the service flower. It sounds so horrible.
Yeah. I see a conspiracy music gurus in the chat.
Yeah. Alex,
Marco,
yeah. He does great stuff. Give you a tenner towards your calls actually if you're in battle.
Oh.
Want you to kick this off.
Oh, that's
There you
very
go,
kind.
sir.
Thank you very much.
You get a coffee or two if you're lucky.
Well, we brought a flask so as to save ourselves from that kind of thing, but you know, just fuel and all of that business is, well, you know. I was getting abuse from someone just now, you know, is how do you earn money and blah blah blah.
Go get a job.
Yeah, we've taken certain, you know, it's obviously come at a certain price, you know, to hold this line. But hey, here we are, you know, years down the line. 2019 we moved out of our house. And we're still never been a night without a roof over our heads in all that time. And sometimes thanks only to the supporters that we've had in the True Earth community. So I appreciate that. What is the guy taking a picture? Nice to see. Share, spread the news.
But no, occasionally you do see France from the beach here, and it's not as close as it is at Dover. You know, forget the 80 miles, something like that across. And I have seen it myself. Before I became a flat earther.
Right. But that would have been one of those things in your mind that
Just sat back, literally sat in my car, you know, observing the beach, sat on the car park on the beach, and there it was. Didn't think twice about it really until years later. I checked on Google and you know, looking at the Earth calculator. And it's quite low lying as well, you know, over the other side. It's not as if it's mountainous or anything. And, there it was.
Yeah.
And a lot of elderly, you know, you ask them, they say, yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, all right. And of course, there's towns, there's buildings underneath the sea here between England and France. There's structures under the ground. You go to up in Norfolk, there's a town called Cromer. They're very proud of the village. At low tide, you can see the tops of roofs.
Oh, okay, I know.
In the village that's under.
Suppose you have petrified trees, you know, petrified forest and all that.
And there's some from Brittany. I heard the other day. There's some kind of stone. There's some stoneworks that could only have been put there by people who had access to it.
I've never heard that before. I know was it Doggerland and that in the North Sea, supposedly above sea level once upon a time.
Oh yeah, no, the water level has definitely risen. That's, it's easy to do on a flat Earth. On a globe, that doesn't make so much sense.
Exactly. Yeah, you need a very selective gravity.
I was saying to someone earlier on, the issue of us spinning at 1,000 miles an hour means gravity is having to pull you against that 1,000 miles an hour so you don't fly off, right? But if you're up in England and it's 700 miles an hour, then gravity has to be less so that you don't need it.
You'd think we'd feel that, wouldn't you? You'd think we'd feel the difference. Well, when the moon's overhead, we'd think we'd feel lighter. We're supposed to be made out of water and it lifts up the sea 2 meters. It's not,
Yeah. Why don't we be lighter on a full moon?
Yeah. You cannot make it up. It's just so obvious, isn't it? At the end of the day,
Yeah. There's some Alex Michael music playing now as well. I was thinking about doing a presentation where I started. Where he's recently released an album, and on it was
like a heavy metal type.
Yeah, heavy metal. Yeah. And it's called The Secret, The Covenant, Secret Covenant, and it's pretty dark. But he's only taken from a book called The Secret Covenant, and he's taken the words out of that book and turned it into a song. And so I thought about doing a presentation to people where I took that to the next level and said, all right, I'll start with this song, and now you're going to imagine that you are those people hearing the truth about what we're going to do to mankind to nobble them. We're going to poison their water, mess with their genders, mess with their families, their knowledge, blah, blah, blah. And this is how we're going to do it. And just as a way of laying it out, that this is how we're going to carry out our evil plan. I was thinking about doing that.
We're so brainwashed we can even tell you what doing.
Yeah. We can tell you and you'll still go, oh, that's all right, yeah. That's all right.
If you question it, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist.
Yeah. Conspiracy nut. Yeah, we're not getting as many conversations as I would have hoped, but maybe I need to get on with the chatting, see if I can rally some people around. But this talking, anyone can do this, There's no limit on putting chalk down, and we don't get grief about it.
No, you're not going to get it.
No. I was in Sevenoaks a month or so ago, and we were talking there, and obviously I didn't realise it, but the overhead cameras were watching us. So I walked down to where there was hoardings, and I put a really nice drawing of the globe and all that. And then the old bill turned up.
Oh dear me.
And they had me wash it off.
Oh really?
Yeah, they were wanting details. I said, all right, I'll wash it off. I'm not giving you details.
No details, yeah. You haven't committed a crime.
Yeah. Did you find anything on the beach today, mate?
I haven't been yet.
Oh, all right.
I'm going now.
All right.
Hopefully, I'll catch the tide out.
Okay.
But I think I might be a little bit late.
Oh, okay.
So, but we'll see.
All right. Oh, good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Cheers. Tide out. See if I can get these guys.
Yeah, good.
Those people came back for another bite of the cherry. The science guy.
No,
it wasn't.
No, that guy there. He was just sure we were wrong and we're entitled to our opinion.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. Hi guys. Can I give you a flyer to take home?
Yeah.
We're just going around town talking to people about the deceptions of the world. And one of the biggest ones we believe is that we live on a spinning ball and we come from monkeys.
No, definitely not.
Oh, you know?
Of course, yeah.
All right, okay.
Van Allen belt would kill everyone, was it 20,000 degrees or something?
Something like that, the radiation belt.
The defences were made out of aluminium on the spaceship, which would have melted at 2,000 degrees.
And there's many fake many fake pictures, isn't there? The cameraman taking the last shot as it took off, and
following, panning up,
yeah,
and then Bluetoothing it back to the spaceship.
Well, yeah, I wonder how they managed to do that transmission. All the way on a satellite dish the same size as a garden umbrella, to come through clearly on the phone.
What sort of power would you need for that? It's just 250,000 miles.
Well, I don't. Huge. You're lucky if you can get it from 10 miles, let alone that sort of distance. So no way.
That's right. I mean, even today, if you drive into the countryside, you can't get a signal on your phone.
No.
If you're far enough away from a mast, no signal.
Well, that's why they haven't been back since, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really, they've lost that technology, never to be found again.
So, considering thermodynamics, the second law of thermodynamics is that to have a pressure build-up, you have to contain it. Like in a deodorant can, you have to contain that canister, otherwise you won't be able to build up any pressure other than the surrounding pressure. So when they talk about Van Allen radiation belts in the mainstream, I believe it's because they can't say that there's a firm, solid barrier between our environment, this atmosphere, and whatever's outside of that. So I don't know, I don't know.
There is a firmament, isn't there? I mean, Hillary Clinton's always going on about how they tried to crack it and they never did.
The ceiling,
yeah.
So whatever Van Allen was finding in terms of the heat and the radiation, I wonder if they're not pointing their devices up and seeing something and interpreting it as radiation rather than it's a fixed firm barrier, and if we fly into it, we will just crash. If we can get that high, we will just crash our craft into it.
Well, there's the rockets that have been shot at it many times, haven't they? In the videos, you'll see it hit something solid and comes, crashing back down.
It's called the Go Fast rocket.
Is it? Yeah.
And it hits, and then it just seems to all of a sudden stop.
It does, yeah.
And but it's interesting that it's like it doesn't crumple.
Yeah.
It's almost like it goes into a jelly that stops it. Like all of a sudden it stops.
Yeah. I mean. There's that funny ice that they get.
The blue ice.
Yes, the blue ice. That has a sort of very strange properties.
Yeah.
At the edge of it, Antarctica.
Yeah.
So yes, no, I think it's all flat, and I don't think there's any chance of it being on a ball. I mean, it'd be nice if they showed in some science experiment how this water sticks to the ball, spinning at the speed it does. It's absolute rubbish, isn't it? Of course it is. Just designed to keep us all in one place.
Yeah. No, water would not run up the side of a ball or cling to the underside.
And if it was true, you wouldn't be able to see lights, in France, because they'd be about 150 foot below the horizon. If it was a curling ball, even on their own dimensions and measurements.
This chap was just saying to me now, he's seen France on a very clear day himself. Before he found flat Earth, he'd seen that, and then he went to Google Earth and discovered it's 80 miles from here to there, from this part of England. So not possible on the globe.
Yeah.
But people will say it's the light is being lifted through.
Some sort of reflection or something. Some mirage type thing. Yeah. But you can do the same with lasers, and lasers don't bend around corners, do they?
No. The problem we have with lasers is they do scatter. Like over distance, they start to kind of widen like this, and
but they go straight though, don't
they? They do, but there is like a because we're going through water.
If it's through
you're getting that
dampness.
refraction effect. Because obviously you probably discovered the Americans have got what they call the it's a dart that they can fire at ships 100 miles. It's called the rail gun. And they obviously have the most powerful lasers available to them, and they're able to paint a ship 100 miles away with that laser. So they're obviously line of sight, and they're obviously dealing with the refractive effect.
Well, that bit of the world's obviously flat, and the rest of it's still curved, isn't it? It's got to be.
Yeah, that's
how else do they do it?
Wherever their ships are operating as flat.
And it's like a lot of these canals and things where they have going for hundreds of miles. Again, it's exactly the same thing, don't they? They set up the laser and it goes straight all the way along. They don't make any adjustments when they're flying a plane for the curvature of the Earth or anything really.
No, not at all.
So anyone who's looked at things would know that it's flat, not round. But most people don't. They all say you're crazy for suggesting it might possibly be flat.
Can cost you relationships, friendships.
Yeah, I'm sure. What else have you got here on your?
Well, on my flyer, we got you might have come across Flat Earth Dave Weiss.
No.
Okay. Well, there's a really good app that he's designed. It costs $3, and on that you can get. It's a great resource for all sorts of deep flat Earth related proofs. But I mean, once you know flat Earth, you know that the wars that Russia, China, these people all must be at the top table working together.
Yeah. Whoever controls them all, yes.
That's
I mean,
right.
you don't really look at who's in charge when you see who's supposed to be in charge, do you?
Yeah.
It's always the people behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that it helps to put all of the COVID, 2020. I'm sure you were like straight away. This has to be a hoax or a
Oh yes, of course.
misinformation
Yeah, it
or,
was. Yeah.
So
No, we didn't go with any of that. We didn't
Good.
bother with any of it.
good.
Like all of our friends didn't bother with any of it.
Yeah. So you know about how many people are falling over suddenly and
Yeah.
all of that kind of stuff.
But it was all easy to see. They had that Film My Hospital thing going on in 2020, I think it was, when they were telling everyone the NHS was overrun, and the same thing in New York. And they were showing on the news live photographs of all these ambulances coming in and out of the hospital,
Right.
and the sirens going off and people running around everywhere. And the guy standing outside there says, "This is me now. This is the same time," and it was empty, crickets. And from around the whole world, people were filming their local hospitals, which were all absolutely empty, but not so much anymore.
Well, oh yes, yeah. No,
now they
they're
are.
genuinely busy.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, and it was an interesting. What happened to the medical people? They were given this sort of, you're heroes and you're doing all of this stuff, but a lot of them knew they were doing nothing, or
Yeah.
or in an area like Lincoln where I was at the beginning of it, they'd closed a couple of the local hospitals and pushed everybody to a single hospital. So in that one hospital, they might have been a bit busier because they were picking up the slack from the others. But they were doing something to the nursing staff, calling them heroes when they weren't actually in that role. But
Well,
now,
they're setting them up now for the fall, aren't they?
Yeah.
Because they're being set up to take the blame for it all. Because that's what Sunak said the other day, didn't he? That if we took the advice of the doctors, they didn't, of course. But now they're setting them up ready to take the fall. That's what I reckon.
So you saw that GB News article where that guy was saying, Richie Sunak, I want you to look in my eyes,
Oh, yes,
look at
yeah.
my injuries and blah, blah,
Well, they
blah.
were all paid to be there anyway.
Right,
And they all paid all their expenses, because actually on the way out, people were saying, where do I get paid for my expenses and things?
Wow.
So I'm not entirely... I think that actual guy...
He has possibly been injured.
Oh, he has,
but he didn't ask the question of, because it became about the compensation payment, and so Sunak only had to answer the question about the compensation, not you said this was safe, and look at the numbers of people that have fallen over now.
Well, I think Trading Standards should have a good look at it, really, because it was fraudulent from the start, wasn't it? It wasn't safe, it wasn't effective, it was actually the opposite and dangerous.
Yes,
and it
ineffective.
was, it was a complete lie. And it was a misdescription, wasn't it, really? Let's be honest. But it was all allowed under this emergency use authorization.
So what do you think was the purpose of getting this NRA
Have you ever heard of the
technology?
Deagle report?
The what?
Deagle report?
Deagle. I've heard.
D-E-A-G-L-E.
Yeah, I've heard of it, but I haven't read
It's
it.
a company that does estimates on world population
Okay.
and all sorts of things,
Okay.
which different countries around the world sort of get information from. And they predicted in the Israel and the US and the UK a population drop of about 80%.
I have heard that.
And that has been proven to be quite accurate in the past. I mean, it was in the Georgia Guidestones about what their plans were to reduce the
500
population.
million,
So yeah, that's the way I see is what their goals were.
So population control?
I think it was a test of what they could get away with, and they proved that people are far more stupid than they ever had the dream of believing they could be.
Yes.
And on top of that, then it's a push for a reduction in the population.
Okay. I don't necessarily disagree with that at all, and I think we may still see a pandemic, a real pandemic, like a Black Death type event.
But it is already happening.
Yeah.
There's been an awful lot of people that you don't see the funerals anymore because people are not going for traditional funerals anymore. If you go on like GB News, there are at least 4 or 5 different companies doing these no-fuss funerals, direct cremation, pure cremation,
Right.
You know, there's all sorts of them. And you know, you pay $1.5 grand or something, and they turn up and pick up your dead relative or your dead whoever, and they drop some ashes back a month later or something, when they've got round to cremating them, because there's a big backlog on cremations. And of course, nobody sees the fact that lots of people are dying. There's no big ceremony, no big thing going on.
But there's a big push, I think, for this mNRA technology to find its way into other vax programs in the future. So I'm not sure yet that what they did in 2021, 22 with that program was the Black Death level thing.
And,
it may still end up being
a high percentage. There was an awful lot of placebos that went out as well. Different batches. You can look up different batches and find out what problems people have with different batches. There's a website dedicated to that. So no, you're probably right. But it's also combined with the 5G, and this is part of linking humans into the sort of digital world, where we're going to be connected through the 5G and be transmitting parts of the 5G. If you look at it on a nano technology side, when they analyse people's blood, you can see elements of circuitry being made in people's blood.
I've heard this.
And you can look at it when you increase the 5G and it assembles faster, and when you turn it off or reduce it, it will just dissipate.
So the possibility that I could shut you down, I could shut you off with using this technology, or make you unwell using this technology, to a point where people then say, I'm so sick, I will take the brain implant, the Neuralink brain implant, because it'll help my health, it'll do all of this sort of thing. But that feels to me like a big push is towards us needing external man-made technology to keep us alive.
Well, Pfizer's, I think, bought a company for something like 4 million. No, I think they paid something like 40 million for it, and it only had the potential of creating 4 million. And it's a cancer company, and they're all investing in these big cancer companies because that's the next big thing that they're going for, and it's no doubt going to be selling us a cure for the cancers that they created in a way of an mRNA update to your problem. And then there'll be another update and another update. A bit like the old Windows computer.
Exactly.
Really. You'll be on it for your whole life.
You require an update in order to, and the only way you can get that update is through our technology.
Yes.
Through that technology.
Yeah.
So I kind of get the population reduction thing, and this idea of inculcating or introducing the AI reliance on AI or an implant that will monitor and manage your system, your body system. I see that, but I also wanted to offer that I think that there is something spiritual going on here as well. That there is we are, and I said it on my flyer, that we are vessels for something higher, our higher self, and that what they want to do is to constrain that. I can only estimate or hypothesize over what that constraint is, but I think that it's beyond the physical avatar that they're messing with, that they're also trying to mess with the soul or the God level avatar or the God level entity that we are the expression of. That's what
I'm sure you're right there. I mean, all that messing around, poking those sticks up your nose is straight into the pineal gland and breaking the blood-brain barrier. And those sticks were originally invented for vaccination of animals. That's where they came from.
Oh, really?
And they also have technology in them. You can actually look at what's in those sticks. And it's good to keep a population scared, and it lowers their frequency.
Yes.
And you're probably right. That's probably where it is going. There's all sorts of weird and wonderful things, and I have no idea about a lot of it. But a lot of it's sort of demonic, isn't it?
Yes.
Some World Games that was opened up with a big display of hospital beds and patients and viruses.
2012 Olympics. That was a big.
I mean, what's all that about? The fact that these vaccines were created and the patents were approved years before this came ahead. The Wuhan military games that went ahead in Wuhan, and then suddenly this came out after that. Was that where it was planted from? I don't know.
No, the 2012 Olympic opening was
Yeah.
an interesting one. It was almost like a predictive programming, and you go back and look at it, it looks like the stadium looks like a virus, the way that they painted the virus to be, so-called.
But the World Economic Forum's got some very strange things going on. There's a mural or a painting on the wall which has got like rivers of blood and
Really?
children, and it's there, massive, great big picture with all sorts of satanic type things in there. And this is who we're supposed to be giving up all of our medical, decisions to. Crazy.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are going to be getting out, getting away.
My family and I were in Switzerland a few months ago, and actually I went to the World Economic Forum headquarters.
Really?
Yeah, and it was a Sunday, so there was no security at the gate booth at that point. So I put my camera over the wall. Within a minute, a guy came around and insisted I delete that footage off of my camera.
Yeah.
I didn't even know what I'd seen because I'd only stuck my camera up above a wall that I couldn't see over.
Yeah.
So they are pretty dark.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
But they're like just like the UN was created by the same entities that are steering mankind and towards whatever end, whether it just be as simple as it's about population control, or it be that they want us to become automatons because there is no physical robot that they can build that works as well as the human body.
No.
So they can implant technology into the human so that you can become the automaton on their behalf.
Yes.
That I think is definitely on the cards. But yeah, at the sort of the final step for me is that there's something that they're trying to trick our soul into giving away. Whether that means lifetimes and lifetimes of entrapment or an eternity of entrapment, I don't, obviously I'm speculating, I don't know. But I do think that there's a reason why I deceive you, and it is towards my own benefit. So it cannot be in our benefit to allow the deception.
Yeah, I mean, how many people are awoken to this deception anyway? When you talk to people in the street, how many people?
Tiny percentage.
5%, 3%.
Yeah.
And people just seem to think, you know what, I won't bother going to a protest. I won't bother saying anything. Somebody else will do that. Somebody else is taking them to court. Somebody else is doing that.
Yeah.
And eventually people will disappear, and then you'll think, well, who's going to stand with me? And there'll be just you standing on your own. There's people are very blasé about it. They don't.
The word protest reminds me of the word Protestant.
Protestant. Yeah.
So I wonder whether the sort of Catholic control of the system hundreds of years ago didn't mind there being the establishment of the Protestant, because they become the antithesis. They become the sort of opposition against which we can push, but to control at the same time so that we can achieve our aims. So whilst I'm with the idea of awakening people, obviously I'm out here in the streets to try and do that. I also think that this system may never, in our lifetime certainly, but may never change, and it will always be designed to, or have the power to control the masses. So what can I do about it at the individual level? Well, for me, it comes back to the soul journey within, that actually the work that I need to do is actually within me. And whether I inform 1 or 100 people to do their own work is a bonus, but really at the end of the day, the only person that I can correct, if I've been misdirected, the only person I can correct is myself. And if my soul is to benefit from that journey, then it is to do it from that point of neutrality where I'm no longer their Protestant, because there's the Catholics versus the Protestants has been an ongoing kind of conflict, but they're both kind of fighting over the same kind of ideology, really. So and a lot of protests, a lot of people say, well, if I protest against the Conservatives, then we'll get Labour. And then once they realise, it's neither Labour nor Conservative, then maybe if we got, Nigel Farage, it might make a difference. Or
Do
maybe
they throw out everybody in the government and start with a whole new lot under a different party? If If they did, it'd be worth voting for, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
You know, then actually you might get some change. But they don't. Everyone who was in the government offices, you know, okay, they change a few people around, but in your local council building, they don't change anybody. It all stays the same.
That's right.
Same people are dealing with it or not.
Yeah, but even when you become the prime minister or whatever, you realise that once you get into office, there are permanent secretaries who will tell you what you're going to say next. So
yes.
and who are they answering to? Because we never vote for them.
No.
Just like with the UN, just like with the WHO being able to lock us all down, you know, you never voted for them.
No.
And none of the local politicians. There was one was it Tanzania or somewhere where there was a president there. You might have been aware of that.
He didn't like the people getting jabbed. He didn't bother with it.
Yeah.
He tested a
goat
goat papaya and something else, and
they came back as positive.
Diesel, I think it was. Yeah, and they tested positive for COVID. So he went to the offices of the whatever they were and threw them out, put them on straight on the plane and said, "Get out of here, you're liars," you know.
Yeah, but he died surprisingly.
Well, like a lot of people die surprisingly.
And then the lady that came in to replace him was all, "Oh, we're good. The needles are good. Let's line up and get it done."
That's right.
So there is a, you know, for me, government is like a PR department of some higher entity.
Yes.
That sort of steers things. So even I was having a debate with a gentleman earlier on where, you know, even if, say, Iran is one of those few outlying countries that doesn't go along with all of these things, it's not long before they create an instability, a financial collapse.
Like they're trying to do in Russia, you know, like with this guy that, you know, that dropped dead in the prison, you know. I mean, he was paid by the CIA and MI5. He was a US operative. Paid, and I've listened to his chat on TikTok today. He was talking about being 10 to 20 million would make sure you get enough colour revolutions and everything else to destabilise the whole thing. He was an employee, and they're upset that he's died or whatever's happened to him. What about Julian Assange? What about the American journalist in Ukraine who was in their prison and was tortured and killed in there?
Right.
No mention of that, you know. But some guy who's been in prison for a couple of years and drops dead, probably from a heart attack or something. There's something. Putin's killed him.
Yeah.
We're going to have to stop him. And
Yeah.
you know, total conflict, isn't it? Anywhere you look, that's what they want. And just keep it going.
That's right.
You know, make sure they earn lots of money on all the contracts.
World War I was started by, you know, killing some Viscount or some dude, I forget now his name, you know, and then they justified tens of millions of lives lost on the basis of that.
Well, I hope because of the amount of social media, people. I mean, there is a difference between First and Second World Wars when we were literally defending our country, whereas now people think, well, hang on a minute, you know, we're letting in thousands of people, and they just bought, was it 1,600 houses from people, compulsory purchased them, the government did, to house asylum seekers. I mean, I've got no problem with asylum seekers as long as they're genuine, but they're not, are they?
Yeah.
And then when you're going around doing things like that, I'm very reluctant to say, well, I'm going to go and fight for England and go to Ukraine and start, or you know, maybe go to Israel and start attacking all the Palestinians or something. I mean, this is crazy. No one's interested in that.
Yeah.
That's not defending the UK.
Well, there's a lot of people, because in this country I see a lot of the blue and yellow flags, you know, there's a lot of people have been switched onto this idea that Ukraine is being bullied and blah, blah, blah. But let me remind you about World War II, that Adolf Hitler was being funded by the Americans. You know?
Yes, yeah.
And you know, it was Henry Ford's oils that were keeping his airplanes in the sky. And so the all wars are bankers' wars is a phrase that I know.
They are.
And therefore all of these wars, and I was in a war myself in Angola in 1987, all of these wars are fomented to pit you against me.
Yes.
You know, you believe there's a real threat, and that's what most people did, but you don't realize that the guy funding the threat is George Soros or some other entity, right?
Yeah.
George Bush's grandfather, Prescott Bush.
But a lot of people realise that, you know, the guy over the road, you know, he's an Iraqi and he's a taxi driver and he's a really nice bloke, and you know, I get on really well with him, and his wife's from somewhere else, and you know, I don't care what nationality or what religion. You know, they're just all people. You're quite right, though. It's all for bankers, isn't it? They're all playing every side all the time.
That's right. And how do you get? Because I housed some Iraqi refugees in Cape Town in 1994. and they'd only left their country because the Saddam Hussein thing, and that we've got this dictator who's against our belief and blah, blah, blah. So you create an environment that's unstable, people can't feed their families, then naturally, meaning people are going to leave their homes in order to find an income in the promised land. And so the problem is so much deeper, because it's like the only reason most people leave their homes is because they cannot feed their families or cannot get a job or whatever. So if you and I became the presidents of this country, for example, and then all of a sudden our economy was tanked.
Well, it's happening, isn't it?
Yeah, people would be forced to leave, and they'd certainly be trying to force us out of office because they'd be blaming us for the financial, not realizing that the financial.
They're dropping the amount of food that we're going to have as well by setting aside lots of farmers' fields, and these big protests all across Europe, because they're going to be starving us out. That's what it's quite obvious that they're doing. Anyone who's waking up, really.
And that's why digital currencies or digital spending is so important to the system going forward, because if you bought 2 pieces of meat this week, they'll say that's your limit. At the till, it won't allow you to buy that because you're only allowed 2 bits of meat.
That's what they'll do.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. That's what they need. They need to collapse the system first. I mean, they've been talking about building it, build back better, their slogan, isn't it? But that starts with collapsing everything.
Yes.
And that's what they're doing. You can see it just looking around here at the state of the place. It's all falling apart. Yes. Every single thing, from poisoning the water, poisoning the food, poisoning the air, chemtrails, all going on all the time.
Poisoning the mind, and as you were saying about the 5G, the environment, even the ether that we're in, is being, this is all electromagnetic, you probably know.
I don't think you or I can do an awful lot. You can maybe some people will listen and have a think about things. It's better really just to decide, you know what, I'll go somewhere else. Well, if you can.
Well, this is what I believe, is that you need to prepare yourself, because you are the master of your own vessel. So whatever happens, if we're about to get wiped out by a flood or whatever, or war, at least when you leave, your vessel is in the best possible condition. I don't necessarily mean simply fitness, I mean soul, from a soul point of view.
Correct, yeah.
And then the other thing in terms of preparing yourselves to weather the storms is like, how do you build your house such that you can weather a storm like that? Which is why when I was in South Africa for a year in 2021, a big part of my message to the Africans there is that go back on the land, be growing your own food,
get out of debt. Keep yourself healthy.
Yeah, and become self-sufficient, so that, and know bushcraft, know how to care for yourself if you cut yourself, and these sorts of things, so that you can kind of take care of yourself without reliance
Don't go to the hospital.
on external. And I mean, so this is what I think that we can do. And then, as I was saying to a lady earlier on, what may happen is that the insanity may become so obvious that people around you will say, hey, I've been watching what you've been doing. I need some information from you. I need some knowledge, because you are a lighthouse in a dark room. And they will come to you and say, show me, teach me, be a leader to help my local community.
Yeah, and there's maybe just set up small communities of like-minded people doing the same things, growing your own food. That's probably the way to go. That's the only way you can do it. You're going to be living in your utopia, but they'll be building a prison around the outside of you. That's the only thing.
That's what they've been doing, and it's only going to be more
obvious,
obvious,
it's going to get
tighter.
worse
And
and worse. If you live down here, maybe get yourself a boat. They can't stop you taking off in that if you decide you're going to go to another country. Can they, really?
But when you arrive to the other country, remember, you're going to be a foreigner or an immigrant.
Correct,
an asylum seeker. And so sometimes fleeing to other lands may not be as viable. I went to Portugal for 6 months during the first couple of lockdowns, thinking that this was going to go on for a long time, and I needed to be on the land and so on. But not having the language in Portugal was a huge setback for me. Being out of my natural environment, my normal environment, was a huge setback to me. So where if you live around here, where people with land, I mean, most farmers, so many farmers today are paid by the government to do nothing with their land.
I know.
Yeah? So we're actually nobbling.
It was £80 an acre, wasn't it? I think they've increased it to $250 now.
It's at least that. It's at least that.
Yeah, but I mean, to pay somebody to not farm anything. What's the goal here?
to weaken us at the local level.
You can only assume one thing. When you have to look at what your eyes see, and if it's somebody saying, well, don't produce food to everybody, we're going to starve.
Yeah, and you won't when the supermarkets shut off the tap and say, sorry, you're only allowed those 2 pieces of meat a month, or no meat, because this is what some of them are trying to push us towards, eating bugs and grass only. You won't be able to go to a local guy that you know and say, hey, listen, let's cut up a sheep, let's go 3 ways or 4 ways and share the meat for the next 2 months.
No, that's right. You'll need to know farmers, you'll need to grow your own veg.
Yep. Fruit trees, things that are going to give you a great crop once a year perhaps, that you can trade with other people, the farmer, and say, here's some of my apples for some of your sheep.
Get a fishing rod, go out there in that sewage and catch yourself some very unhealthy fish.
Yeah, well, that's what you could do with your boat. Actually, you could actually fish.
But you probably should get one.
But well, whatever. I mean, the solution is different for different people in different places.
Yes, whatever you do in your environment. But I mean, I did feel very sorry for people in that lockdown when they suddenly had a tiny flat and they've got 3 kids running around going berserk in there all day long, and you just think, what on earth can people do when they've got no outside space, they've got no possibility of doing a lot.
And the only food comes from the mega corporations, Tesco, Sainsbury's, etc. And all of them, when they talk to their farmers, insist on, you must vaccinate the animals, you must do this, you must spray the crops.
You must pasteurize things, you must boil them and sterilize them and kill off any benefit in them.
So what I knew this was coming in 2016, on Valentine's Day 2016, I said to my wife, there is something massive coming in the pipeline. I don't know what it is, but there's something huge coming down the line. And so since 2019, we've not had a home, we've been traveling sort of homeless, if you like, for nearly 4.5 years. So I've been in more than 200 locations, 15 countries, and so I haven't had the stability of saying, okay, this is my place. Hastings is my place, and what I need to do in Hastings is know where the farmer is that's going to give me the raw milk, know where I can get my fruit and vegetables from in the environment, in the situation that I'm not growing my own.
Yeah, but how are you going to pay for it when they turn the currency off?
Well, trading. You see, when you've got a skill, like say you're handy with your hand with wood or whatever. If you've got a skill, because this is what I started doing in 2016. I taught myself to garden and make furniture from pallets, and so that was how I was paying.
You do that, don't you? Make things out of pallets and gardening.
Yeah.
I don't do it much, but I do.
And I can make anything out of anything. Quite honestly, I can do any job you like.
Yeah. So you've got things that you can exchange.
Yes.
For those other things, when this is what I was, because at that time in 2016 I started trying to get to know all my neighbours. I was living in suburbia in outer London at that time, and I was like, okay, I have to know my neighbours because if the shit hits the fan, they need to know who I am, and they're willing to let me come into their garden, pick some apples, some that have fallen on the floor or whatever, but they're going to let me in because they know me. So I need to, if I lived around here, I'd know exactly where to get my raw milk from, where to get my venison from, or the things that I need. I've only been in battle for a few weeks, and I could already tell you where you can go and get venison and fruit and things like that, because I am searching for this knowledge. Because wherever I end up, I need to be able to feed my family without the need to rely completely on the mainstream.
On a timescale basis, where do you think we are in this whole thing?
Well, that's an interesting
as to when, things do get to that level.
Astrologically, my wife studies astrology, certainly from a flat earth perspective, and she's quite deep into it, and she says we've got about 20 years until there's a major shift in the astrology, and that will be the point when it might be so...
The plans that they have for everybody are falling apart in quite large ways. What they're planning for it to happen, and they're sort of going on about in 2030 this will be the case, or that'll be the case. A lot of the things that they're planning on doing seem to have been failing, and because they're failing, they then have to advance it a little bit quicker to try and get everything else done before. And I think a lot of people are actually waking up, and I think that more people will become sick after these jabs. They might start to look into other things and start to say, do you know what, this needs to be stopped, this is getting out of order.
But like the boiling frogs, once the temperature's so high, they lose the power to leave the
yes,
pot.
True. Yeah.
And so once the entrapment is so total, you will be like I was. I was in a 9-to-5 suit entire life, 10 years ago, and I, if that's where I was when the shit finally hit the fan, there'd be no way out for me.
Yeah.
But if I've learned to be agile, to learn to be on the land, learned all of these skills and trades and so on, then I'm going to be in a far better position to navigate my way out of that.
Yes, yeah, I think that's the best thing you can do, really, because otherwise you're going to live your life in total fear and be sitting around making yourself ill with worry about what could happen and what might happen and which is quite honestly stupid, because 10 years time, when things haven't gone quite as they perhaps planned and things aren't as desperate as they could have been, you'll think, I wasted all of my time sitting there, with my head underneath the kitchen table expecting a bomb to drop.
That's right. Or as I did in 2015, I was starting to put tins of food away and so on, and then those tins of food started to go bad. They became too old. So,
we've got some of them.
It's important to cycle those through.
Your dad's got a few bags of rice.
Well, I've still got a few 10-kilo bags of rice in storage and things like that.
Your dad's got half a shed full of it, I think.
Yeah. But even that, which is great, but even that will only last 3 months or 6 months, and then what, So
well, you do a lot of pickling.
Yeah.
Pickling meats, smoking meats, things like that.
And those are great things to then be able to trade with people. So I can exchange you this for that, and so on.
Yeah.
So I think it's good. The last thing we want to do is live in fear of what's coming. Something's coming. But if you run around like a headless chicken... And
the other thing is you're always lowering your vibration and other people's vibration because of fear, which doesn't help anybody get anywhere.
Fear's a killer.
And the reality is that the people trying to change things in their favour are the minority in this world by a very, very large scale. Yeah. I think that when things do go down, though, the information that we have been able to get on the internet is going to disappear and dry up very, very quickly, and it's going to be shut down and blocked down, because I think that's the only way they'll be able to keep pushing things in their direction, because otherwise people will just rise up and say, no way.
So once upon a time, I think there were fruit trees across the land, because fruit, you've got an apple or an orange, it's full of seeds, you throw that down, and in 10 years' time you come back, you've got an orchard.
Yeah.
So once upon a time, I believe there was so much fruit abundant on the land, and then of course there would have been wild animals feeding on that, and so in the wintertime you take those animals, and that's where you get your energy from.
Yeah.
So we've lost so much of that land independence. So anything that you can do to negate that is worth doing. So if it's planting some fruit trees, building relationships.
Take that fruit that you've got and
turn it
on the ground, but finding actually there's no seeds in it because it's a GM one.
That's right. No, that's right.
But it's true.
That's right.
Yeah.
They don't want us even having that. Even the seeds themselves have got health properties, apple seeds. And I met a lady the other day. She said, I met a German man who cured his cancer using only grapes. He ate grapes for
What was the other seed I was
3
talking
months.
about the other day? The
apricot. Apricot. It's got.
But they tell you it had arsenic in it, was it?
I think that was the apple, but you might be right about
apple and apricot.
But it's got B17 or something.
But you can cure a lot of cancers with it. But you need to eat quite a few of them. But you were told that don't eat too many because it'll kill you. Just like you're told, put sunscreen on because if you don't, you're going to get tumours and things. Which are complete rubbish.
Yes, complete opposite.
The absolute opposite.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this is the thing,
Sunglasses. I threw my sunglasses away in 20.
Well, I tend to use sunglasses a lot. I shouldn't do really, but
you can practice sun gazing. Actually.
Yeah, I've been doing that, and it's been very nice actually. At sort of sunset
or sunrise.
Yeah, don't tend to be up at sunrise, but if I ever do, I will.
Yeah. Well, more maybe in the summertime, but I suppose it's earlier in the summer. But yeah, sun gazing will strengthen your eyes.
Yeah.
Eyes are the window to the soul, and the sun is the most nourishing, life-giving element we have here.
Well, when that lockdown was, we were very lucky to be living down here, and we spent all the time on the beach, and it was glorious, and very nice too, catching all that vitamin D.
Yes. Yes. So there's definitely things that we can do, but one of the things we shouldn't do is be in fear.
That's right.
Knowledge is power.
Yeah.
We shouldn't use it to beat ourselves and be in it.
No. And the other thing is, I sort of think, well, it's for the people coming into this world now who are being born into it who are going to have to deal with all of this. Really, you know, I'm sort of almost retired, you know, thinking, well, you know, does it really matter what happens to a lot of it, really? Because I've lived my life, you know. It's not like I'm coming in at the start when I'm sort of 10 years old or something.
Well, if this theory of you know, in the next 20 years it's going to be extreme, you know, do you want to be living inside of that, or do you want to have found a way that I'm like on the, you know, I can move around freely, I can do my own thing, I'm almost you know, I can survive on the things that I'm growing or producing or exchanging?
Well, I think that's probably the direction we're going in, to try and be self-sufficient and debt-free.
And to take your point about the internet being whitewashed, well, if that happens, then someone's going to need to teach ladies to pickle, or to sew, or to darn, or to grow.
That's right.
You know, and so I think if the older generation that we might become in this story is that, then what have we got to pass on to the others?
Yes.
Because if all we did was sit at home and watch the telly, then we won't know shit.
True. What's actually been quite useful, because a lot of people have been querying these jabs, that they've been starting to do a lot of research on not only removing this stuff from your body, but also other treatments and things that you can use natural things for. Barbara O'Neill's got quite a lot of stuff on you know, self-healing, how the body can heal itself given the right conditions. All to do with sort of moulds and funguses and cancers and what cures things and what doesn't. I've read a few sort of medical books from alternative sources, and they've been really, really interesting. And you start to realise that a lot of these things that you're taking, all they're doing is just covering over some symptoms. They're not fixing a thing. And it's just going to ensure that you're a lifelong customer of the big pharma, really. They're just spending lots of money on covering things up, which is crazy.
So imagine you have extended family over time, and we're going into a time of turbo cancer. What can you offer to them? You know, this is sort of knowledge, and you can say, hey, okay, this is what the medicals are going to do. There's an alternative. And some may go, yeah, I've heard enough now, I'm willing to look at the alternatives rather than the oncology.
But they outlaw them, don't they? Like they did with ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. MMS is another one that they DMSO, and this sort of apricot seeds and things like that. There's actually quite a lot of things that, because you know when it's good and it works, is because they try and ban it. That's if you can't get hold of a medical book, or you can't get hold of something and you've got to order it from the other side of the world, you know that it's worth having. And it's going to be in short supply, so that's what you need to get.
And you can even make it yourself, the MMS.
Well, you can if you can get the
flakes.
If you can get the sodium chloride, if you can get those flakes, but it's illegal to sell it. You can't get the materials, and in fact there was a woman who was invited in for a police interview about this. I think she was in Australia or New Zealand or somewhere. They wanted her to come back for the interview so that she could get arrested, no doubt, and charged with sort of things for offering an alternative medical treatment and being an unlicensed doctor, I suppose. And that's the intention of getting her back, to prosecute her for it, for healing people.
I believe you can get the flakes in South Africa still, although I don't know if you have to have a license.
You can buy it in Poland, MMS, and things like hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin you can get from Ukraine and India. Or you can make something similar out of quinine, is it? Because that's like chloroquine, isn't it? Very similar.
So I want to finish on this point that actually, you know, like you were saying, this lady was talking about it all being like fungus, mold. These are what cancers are, in my opinion. And so it's a little bit like when you've got a swimming pool that's got algae. You need to shock it with chlorine in order to kill back that algae, right? The same is true in your body, is that it needs that shock.
The alkalinity needs to be restored, doesn't it, really?
But what is causing a lot of illness is trauma, you know, because we've been so traumatized. This is what's causing a lot of disease. So we must, as well as attending to the medical needs that we have, is work on that trauma that we've all been because our grandparents were traumatized, so our parents were traumatized.
Mm-hmm.
And that trauma is, because we're vibrations, we're all electromagnetic vibrations, that vibration is in your DNA.
Mm-hmm.
And so you need to be able to address that trauma, I think, as part of your own healing, on your own healing journey, to address that trauma.
Grounding, maybe that will help.
Earthing.
Earthing yourself
I do that
out.
as much as
maybe
possible.
even connect your bed to the earth, into the ground.
With a copper wire.
Yeah.
People who do that say they get such good sleep.
Yeah, I wonder whether you could use the earth socket, in the mains building, in the mains, because it's going to go to earth.
If you know how to do that safely, then yeah.
Well, just don't connect the live wire when you connect the earth.
Yeah.
Make sure you get the right pin.
Have you come across the people growing using copper wires?
With electroculture. I've heard that it's supposed to be
really good results people are getting, and then also if you dig your soil with copper tools rather than steel, you don't get slugs. You don't get, because it's the copper that's absent in the soil that's allowing them to thrive.
Okay.
So there's some really interesting things that we can take into the future and go, and animal husbandry, land husbandry. I think that this is what we were meant to come here for, not just to be slaves of the corporate entity.
I mean, things like colloidal silver, you can make it yourself.
Yeah.
It's not too difficult to make. And even the Romans used to have that technology and have it to purify water, didn't they?
Are you distilling your water?
Yeah, we don't. I mean, I'd like to do it with reverse osmosis would be best, but we just do it with a Berkey water filter with a couple of these ceramic filters that we just filter it like that. But I think we're going to probably get something better than that, because they're starting to put all sorts in the water where they're not already.
I was at a place recently where they had a Berkey, and I use an electronic dissolved solids probe that I put into the water. I test the tap water wherever I go. And the Berkey was still coming out with about 150 parts per million. Went in at 250, came out about 150. So it wasn't taking as much as I'd hoped. So I distill my drinking water.
Right.
Obviously, it adds to the electric bill, which is the biggest downside. Otherwise, you come out with 0 parts per million.
Yeah.
So
do you lose the minerals and things in the water?
Yeah, I mean, people do suggest adding certain things back in, a bit of magnesium, maybe some salt, just to help the conductivity of the water. But none of the water suppliers have ever said, okay, these inorganic materials are required for your body, and we've never measured it to say, there's so much of this, so much of this, and so much of this. Because as I say to people, that if you want magnesium, then pour that water into your plants. Your plants will give you that magnesium in an organic state, which your body can absorb. But if it's inorganic, it's no different to putting rubble in your body and saying, I'm hoping my body's going to absorb that. So I kind of discount what's in the water. I say add something to it, yes, if you feel that's the right thing for you. But then you will know I'm putting 1 drop per liter or whatever, and that's the right amount for my body, and it's coming in an organic compound rather than an inorganic.
Right.
And it can't be drawn into the body.
Yeah.
But the beautiful thing about distilled water is as well that it's like magnetic. So it starts to go and rip back the inorganics out of your body.
Right.
So the arthritis goes away for people, macular degeneration reduces, because it's actually, like I did in the early years of doing it since 2017, but my dog bowl had like a ring around it from calcite build-up on the bowl, metal bowl. And within a few weeks of using it, it had ripped all of that off. It just perfectly cleaned the bowl. Same with the kettle. I mean, if you don't clean your kettle and then just start putting clean water in, it'll actually rip that off and put it in your tea. But eventually, the kettle will be clean.
Yeah.
Because it's hungry. That's why these guys are using purified water to wash the windows.
Yes, it leaves them clean, doesn't it?
Because it leaves them clean, and it just takes it.
Actually, I do know a guy that does that and makes his own water. I don't know how he makes it, but he used deionized water, I think it is.
Right.
It's not pure, perhaps, or maybe that is pure. Is it?
I think it's pure. I mean, it's another word for pure.
Well, if it is, maybe he can give us a load of water.
Yeah, there are. Well, there are. There are.
Come clean our windows as well.
There are some of these guys that said that they use it's just a form of filtration.
Yeah.
So whether it's coming out at 0, whether it's truly distilled, because still water is dead water. Distilled is to bring it back
I
to
mean, I
life.
was going to say, do you add light to it? You know, put it out in the sunlight.
It's a
to
good
give
idea
it some
to put
energy
it
back,
yeah,
and
and
you
put it
spin
in-
it, you know, and get it sort of moving.
These things are really good things to do. I'm not
Yes.
doing it at the moment
Yeah.
because I've been traveling for
Well, I
5
do when
years.
I pour it out. I'll spin and get it sort of
Cavitate
moving.
it.
Yeah.
And you're
Whether
actually,
it works, I don't know.
Well, even when you pour it from height, you're actually getting that
Yes.
cavitation and infusion of the ether into it.
Yeah.
So you're putting energy back into it. So those things are worth doing. Putting it in blue glass is meant to give it improved properties. So there's all these things that you can do. Some people run it over shungite to give it energy, certain energy. So water is living. You've probably come across Dr. Emoto's work on freezing water after he's been ugly to it. Talks nasty to the water, and the ice crystals are poorly formed.
Really? Yeah.
But he loves on the water, and that they come out beautifully formed. And then there was this rice experiment that people did a lot on the internet, where they would take 2 jars of rice, talk nicely to one, talk ugly to
I've
the
heard
other,
of this,
and the
yeah.
one goes green and black very quickly, and the other
Really?
one doesn't. So this is all energy, and what you impart into it is very important. Hence why, what they've imparted into it at the council's purification plant, you do not want.
They also do nano shungite, apparently. I heard the other day something about having nano shungite. Maybe you drink it, I don't know. But it's supposed to be good at getting rid of the spike.
Okay.
Apparently.
Okay. Oh, I hadn't heard that. Oh,
Apparently
I'll
so.
bear that in mind. So much to take on.
Oh, I
so
know.
my flyer,
I always bore you with it.
my
too,
flyer.
No, it's not.
Well, cool. My flyer's got 2 bits of information other than the information I've written there. One is my YouTube channel. The other is
Where are you sticking this?
it's live on YouTube.
You're joking.
No.
Oh God.
But I've been careful not to say anything because I lost my last YouTube channel for talking out too much. So nothing we've said today has been.
No. Oh well.
I've been knocking on our door.
I only have a small subscriber base, so
Thank
it's
God
not going to
for
be
that.
seen by that many people.
We don't do social media.
But good. Well, this is my only social media outlet, and I've used it as that my subscribers have supported me quite a lot over the last few years because they really appreciate the work that I do. I've been into all these different cities, talking around, trying to do this work. Normally, I have banners with me and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But so people have been very keen to support me doing what I do. So it's part of
a very worthwhile
my
cause,
way.
I reckon.
So yeah, it's really been good to talk to you. What's
Lovely,
your name?
Matt. What's your name?
Dave.
Dave. Okay.
All the best.
You're
Go well.
frozen.
Yeah, I am cold from standing out here, but it's
You
worth
should
it.
be back in South Africa.
Yeah,
It's
well-
far nicer out there.
Yeah, eventually I'll get back there. I spent a year out there, and I really had such good time with the
We
Africans.
went to Neisner once. Very nice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, lovely. Yeah,
Beautiful.
that's right,
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot
All right,
of social
Matt.
problems, but a nice place.
So,
Anyway.
but if you're ever looking for land, and I want to set up my own little grow and my own little space and what have you, that's one of those countries that I think has a
Oh
lot of
yes,
potential.
and Portugal is actually quite good in some parts
Yeah,
of Portugal.
There's parts of Portugal that are,
Yeah.
we were in the central
they
part.
welcome people, and
Yeah.
they don't give them too many problems. As long
Very
as,
friendly
you've
people.
got some sort of land and
Yeah.
you can do what you like there, really, at the moment. But that may change politically, so that's the trouble, isn't it, really? You never really know how long you're going to be able to spend anywhere until the
Yeah.
government changes. What was a very friendly environment might suddenly get a change of government and
That's
be not
right.
so friendly.
That's right.
There we go. Oh well, nice to chat
Well,
to you.
go well. All the best to you both.
Now we know what this is all about.
Awesome. Awesome. Take care. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Who's this then? Who's that?
That is Trinity Ford.
Oh, right, you're not like, oh, right, okay,
No,
right.
he's
I don't know if he's like one of the leftists.
No, he's a live stream
No,
on
right,
YouTube.
okay.
So if you don't want your face on YouTube.
No, I'm not bothered about that. I just
No,
yeah.
so but that's what Dave does. What we do, he does it.
Welcome away.
Angry. There's some anger around here.
Just to get out and get the reaction. So how many people in the chat today?
37.
Get the reactions, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I wear. That's partly why I wear this up. It starts conversations on the mount.
Yeah.
Leftists love it. It just triggers them completely.
Ah.
So yeah, it's good fun.
Yeah. And he's got a Mandela flag on his side. Look, red stripe under the. If Brian's watching,
okay.
red stripe under the blue.
Okay.
So yeah, this guy's fully on board. Taking his daughter out of school.
Good man.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
well
took him
done.
out. We took him out the start of the old the convents and all that. We
okay.
kind of. I mean, before we was having an hour in a long time before that, but when that all started, and like I say, the curriculum that we got the primary school curriculum through, and one of the things on the top, I'm like, you can opt out of sex education. I'm like, sex education for primary? What? My 7-year-old daughter needs sex education. You know, they're teaching them how to touch yourself, how to masturbate, how to, you know, in primary schools. It was like, right, yeah, and then it was all this they, him, them, and all that old rubbish. It was like, do you know what? No, you're right.
Good man.
Yeah, and it's such a huge movement as well. I didn't realise. We was a bit worried when we pulled them out, you know, people are going to think we're weird, there ain't going to be many about. There is thousands of people, and still there's more pulling out all the time now.
Yeah.
I'm like, sorry, yeah.
Well, have you heard about Hope Sussex?
That's where we went, yeah. We were there from the very start. Well, we knew those when they were at the co-op in Hastings.
Okay.
So they started off there, and then they opened up, yeah. Yeah, because I'm a builder, I've done a lot of work out there for them.
Oh, okay. I know
So-
Katie Joe.
Yeah, KJ, yeah. I mean, we pulled... Are you recording?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know Katie, we know, yeah. We don't go there anymore, but...
Okay, because I've taken my little boy, he's 6. I have taken him there a couple of times, but I'm not in love with everything that's going on there, I'll be honest with you. And because, you see, we know that obviously you want your child to be smart, you want them to know numbers, you want them to be able to read, you want them to be able to do all of these things, right? We all want that for our children. But you don't necessarily need to do it through the mainstream way of doing it.
Well, the trouble... Do you mind turning that off for a minute?
No, not at all. Well, I'll
I mean, you went home.
I'll turn it away, but I'll give it to my mate. Do you want to just carry that for a moment so we can have
Yeah.
Because I'm live.
Well, okay, so but this...
Debate is healthy. Debate is healthy. You know, I'm not sure I understand it, but debate is healthy. I think you do right, because if nothing else, if nothing else, you'll convince me that you're serious people and like not some insane person in the basement.
Yeah.
Which is what the preconception would tend to be, I'm afraid. But we'll get that. Anyone that believes anything nowadays, if you believe it seriously, people will start presenting it as if like there's something wrong with you, and that's not right. That's not right. If you're genuinely looking for truth, something that's compelling you to study this, no one should say that's a bad thing. Unless it's something that you're doing, you want to harm people or that's different.
Yeah.
But you know, you're looking for some kind. It's some kind of truth you're looking for, isn't it? It's some kind of deep reason, and I respect that.
It's like a little niggling in the mind that you want to there's something in that isn't right, and you want to question. And you should be able to question.
Yeah.
Without being ridiculed.
Yeah. It's when you think of all the things that people can believe, and we're not allowed to say anything bad about them. This is really a very innocuous belief. You know, what harm can it possibly do?
Yeah.
You know, and yeah, good luck to you, but you know, you've got a very uphill struggle to convince people, because as you say to your partner, we all had globes as children.
Absolutely.
So it's embedded in our consciousness. You know what I mean? It's like,
and it's all around us.
Yeah, as you would say, like
companies, and we'll use the word globe.
Global engineering, global airlines, global printers or whatever. Yeah.
Global news.
And they're making NASA an average, like a Nike T-shirt. NASA's an average day T-shirt. Everyone's wearing it now.
Right.
So it's going in the subconscious all the time. That story.
NASA is like, it is held up as like, so it's just like, she's a NASA scientist. It's like a standard of being like the cleverest you can be, isn't it? You know, so...
Can't question NASA.
Yeah, NASA is like right. Yeah, it's interesting stuff. I mean, all the theories about there's been about different things. I take everything with a pinch of salt. I mean, you send these people have got an exaggerated respect for science. They don't really understand how scientists work. Because when the COVID was on, they were saying keep 6 feet apart. And they were saying, how? I said, no, it's just, they had a load of scientists in the room, and some were saying 3 feet, and some were saying 8 feet, and some were saying 12. And they standardised on 6 as the one they could all agree on. It's not like magic, it's a debate, the same as they have. It's the best available conclusions from the information that you've got in front of you. It's not like they've become, to a lot of people, scientists have become like what priests were to people in the medieval days.
Scientism is the new religion.
Yeah.
You know, they become, and it doesn't work like that, because you look at the people that made the atomic bomb. They were the brightest scientists of their generation, but they didn't really agree what was going to happen when they flicked the switch. Their opinion went all the way from nothing would happen to it would destroy absolutely everything.
Yeah.
I mean, the consensus was roughly, in the middle was roughly what it actually did do, but people's understanding of how science works is not the same as how scientists actually work, if you know what I mean. They're a lot nearer to you and I than we might think.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting one to look into, the atomic and nuclear bomb stuff as well. When you start looking, is it quite real? And you look at all the videos they used to show of all the buildings being smashed apart, and they look like they're staged in some capacity, because if you freeze frame it and have a look shot by shot, this thing's almost taken in and out as it's happening, and it might just be models we're looking at, unfortunately. It's big, you know, when you start going into this stuff, it's
that's a whole new ball game, that one.
Yeah. But you end up going into everything, unfortunately, or fortunately, and then start picking that apart, because it's the same guys that are telling you landed on the moon that are pushing the nuclear stuff. So are they, as Billy Connolly said, they're just full of sweeties, and there's nothing actually going to happen. Remember that sketch?
No, I don't.
He said that, like, the world's run by nutcases. He said they're never going to fire these things. They could fill them up with sweeties. You'd never know. They just parade them up and down the road on the back of a lorry, and it keeps you in fear. And fear is the controlling mechanism.
I know this is true, so I'll leave you with this. I know this is true. At one time in the Cold War, the thing that the Americans were spending a lot of money researching was an anti-missile system, a missile that could shoot down a nuclear missile while it was in flight. They were spending a lot of money on this, and their greatest fear was that the Soviets would develop one first. And the Soviets knew this, so this wouldn't come out till after the Cold War. You could look into it. There was a great big building on the ring road around Moscow, because they looked at the Americans' research and thought, what would the control centre for an anti-missile system be like? And it would be a great big building that would broadcast certain types of radio broadcasts at that. So they built this building on the ring road around Moscow, and Soviet Air Force officers turned up every day to work in the building, came in the building, went in and out of it, a number consistent with what would work there, work in one of these systems. And when the Cold War finished, they found out all that was in it was a wireless broadcasting a recording of the type of messages that you would expect to hear. There was no actual system.
Yeah.
And that's proven. That's not a conspiracy theory.
I think CERN might be like that. It's just a fancy hole in the ground with a few, expensive bits and bobs put down there, and it's not really doing anything. It might be there with something else doing something completely different to what they say it's doing.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's atom smashing.
You won't know for years afterwards. There was a Marshal of the Soviet Union, Marshal Agarkov. Marshal Agarkov rose through all the ranks from Lieutenant of Engineers to Field Marshal, and his entire... I shouldn't really be fueling you in these kind of things, should I? I'm being irresponsible, but no, it's the truth. It's the truth. Marshal Agarkov's specialty was deception. He was an expert in deception, building things that weren't real, that looked real. his whole career was based on doing this.
I'll give you a couple of things on how this might be a scripted reality and how they sort of do it, possibly.
Yeah.
So the guy that built the Saturn rocket, Werner von Braun,
Oh,
the
yes.
Nazi scientist, built the V2 things, built the Saturn rocket. He wrote a book in 1953, I think. It's either Voyage to Mars or Journey to Mars. And so that's like 15 years or so before the first going to the moon. And he said in the future, the leader of men going to Mars would be called Elon.
Oh.
How did you know that? In 1894, there was a book written called The Sinking of a Titan.
Yeah, I've read The Sinking of the Titan.
So what do you think about that? So 14 years before the Titanic, they wrote a book about a boat the same size as the Titanic, the same number of people on, that was scuttled by an iceberg in roughly the same location, sailing from the same destination to the same destination.
Yeah.
So is it a scripted reality? Arthur C. Clarke, the known paedophile, notioned the idea of satellites 30 years before there was a satellite. He disappeared and went to end his life in Sri Lanka.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I never knew that about Arthur C. Clarke. However, I did hear rumours that in the days when it was illegal to do gay stuff here, it wasn't illegal in Ceylon as it then was.
Okay.
And lots of people used to go to Ceylon so they could do stuff. It was legal in Ceylon to have sex with 14, 15-year-old boys.
Yeah.
So a lot of people used to go on holiday there, and he lived in Ceylon.
That's where once he got found out here, apparently, that's the story, he went there.
It would be consistent with other things that had happened. I hadn't heard that before, but it's interesting. Yeah, he's postulated the idea of the satellites. I remember that. And I read that book, The Sinking of the Titan. It's a strange book. Because there's like one survivor and he lives on an iceberg, which is a bit weird.
Okay, I've not read it.
No, and what year was it? 2012, it was in Smith's.
Okay.
It's a little book.
Yeah.
It's a little book. They put in Smith's for the centenary of the
I googled it and had a look on eBay and like for old copies and so on.
It's a very strange book.
Yeah.
But it is the coincidences. Yes, it's a ship all the time. Yes, it goes too fast. It goes the wrong route. And it hits an iceberg and sinks with massive loss of life.
So then take that to a slightly different level. So all of these guys, Aldous Huxley, Orwell, whoever, the guy that wrote The Sinking of the Titan, they never wrote any of it. They were given it. You're going to be George Orwell. Here's the books you're going to write. You're going to be Werner von Braun. You're going to write about that. You're going to be this. And they're all acting a part. Boris Johnson's dad, Stanley Johnson, a known eugenist who's written several books on eugenicism and so on, wrote a book in 1982 called The Virus, about what's been going on in the last 3 years. Still on eBay for like £9 or something, you can buy it.
It's strange. By
Stanley Johnson. And his son was in the driving seat when the whole nonsense started 3 years ago. Nearly 4 years ago now.
Yeah.
So did all these guys, none of them are clever. And when you get into like Nostradamus and so on, and all these guys that prophesise things, if it is all scripted, they're given you're going to be, that's how they do it. And the book of Daniel, the book of Daniel was written 400 years after he died. So, and he was meant to be some great prophesizer, but everything he prophesied happened within the 400-year range of prior to the book written, and the book was written about. So, is that how they get around that?
The book,
possibly.
The book actually. It's a strange book again because it falls into two parts. There's a story of the life of Daniel in the court of Babylon, but there's a story of his life as an exile in the court, which is all quite reasonable. And then suddenly the book stops and becomes really weird. All the prophecies, which is the stuff that was written 400 years afterwards.
Yeah.
It's like somebody's tacked it on.
Yes.
It's like they're using the respect that attaches to the man's name, who's this Jewish hero, to put all these strange stuff like you.
Then you start, and when you can start thinking like that, then you can apply that way of thinking to that, and you're like, wow. And then you start joining these dots up, and then you end up, well, not necessarily coming out to this, but you're then like, wow.
Yeah.
You know, like that idea. He doesn't do much, but he's taking his daughter out of school and he knows it's all flat and stuff, so he's come along just well done. That guy we talked to earlier, he knows. Another guy we were chatting to, everywhere we go, it's just more and more people coming to the realisation. And I get it's a horrible. Wow. What, everything since I was little?
I think because a lot of things appear to be visibly falling apart. So
Yeah.
it doesn't seem so daft anymore.
No.
Nothing seems daft anymore.
No.
When you think of some of the things, I had a friend that used to, I can't remember what it was that happened. He used to write satires.
Right.
And he stopped because he said, I can't satire stuff anymore.
Yeah.
I can't satirize stuff anymore because it's too weird.
Yeah.
It's too weird. Nothing I can write is as mental as some of the stuff that's going on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So good luck to you.
Yeah.
Good luck to you. Look after yourself.
What's your name?
Ian.
Ian, lovely, Ian. I'm Dean.
Dean.
That's Sarah.
You look after yourself.
And you, sir.
And whatever, I don't know what the truth is about what you said.
Yeah.
You keep saying what you believe.
Take a couple of screenshots of the websites to look at.
Just you keep. I'll remember them because I've got a good memory. Just you keep doing what you're doing.
Will do, sir.
You keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Because if it's true, it will prosper. If it's true, it will prosper.
Take care, my friend. Sarah's off.
Pleased to meet you.
What's my friend?
Good to see you.
And you.
And yeah, I'll catch up.
Thanks, young
We're
lady.
going to meet up, have a cup of tea.
Cool.
Yeah, get the kids together. Good luck with it all. Good to see you. Keep it up.
Will do. Ciao, ciao. There's Sarah in a little bit.
Hey, baby.
Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I told him up that evening, and he agreed to meet. He was very welcoming, and he showed me to my seat. He said, I see you've done some research, my open-minded friend. I know you'll have some questions, which we'll get to in the end. First, take a look at what's on these walls, paintings of the globe. I painted every single one of these, don't you know? You see, back in the day before computers, the man.
And the reason you were standing on the floor is because you are heavier than standing. If you were standing in a swimming pool, you're actually floating. Yeah? Because you are less dense than the water.
So you don't believe in gravity?
No.
Or any force?
No, I shouldn't have to believe in science. I should be able to test it, right?
Sorry, I like
Yeah?
I'll send you somewhere up here.
Okay. I do have a YouTube channel.
Someone I listen.
Well, the Earth's round, it always moves round. Like, touch your
Dave
head.
Murphy.
It's flat, it'll always be
I
flat.
don't want to say black, but dark skin.
Yeah, Dave Murphy, yeah.
Take
Yeah, I'm
a
not
screenshot.
He has like
Good girl.
Oh, D Murphy, allegedly Dave.
That's it, allegedly Dave. Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
See you later.
Like your head.
Okay. Yeah, no, I know Dave Murphy. We've done some work together, activism in the streets and whatnot.
I'm still not convinced either way.
You're not convinced? Okay.
Either way.
Okay.
That it's a globe or it's flat.
Okay. But you've got a pretty open mind. You're thinking about these things, yeah.
The thing is, we're 2024 now, so about 5 years ago, I came across flat Earth.
Okay.
And I was like, that sounds a bit weird. But then I brought this book that's like some woman, like 416 pages about the flat Earth. Can't remember what her name is.
Okay.
It's like a yellowy. Actually, it's about the colour of her coat. About 416 pages.
I haven't come across that one. Or that lady.
Yeah.
And then she was like saying where like it came, or the whole where the flat Earth came from. I got a long story. Basically, I was a Christian, but I gave it up about 5 years ago. So then, because a lot of the flat Earth claims are from the Bible, but I'm not convinced about the Bible anymore.
No, okay. I'm pretty much on the same page as you. There are flat Earth claims in the Quran.
I know there's a verse in the Bible, Isaiah, that says about it looks down on the
circle of the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like the Hebrew word can be like maybe it's disc, maybe it's.
No, it's not a ball, and you can't look down on all of the earth from above if it was a ball. You know?
But
you can see the underside of it.
Basically, past all the mumbo jumbo, I'm basically in a position now where, excuse my language, but I don't really give a fuck.
Okay. So what if we are the center of the universe? Because this is what flat Earth really brings us, is this idea that we are the center of the universe.
Because isn't there a heliocentric and a
geocentric?
I might get the words messed up.
Yeah. So geocentric just simply puts Earth at the center. Heliocentric puts the sun at the center. So really what heliocentrism is sun worship, because without the sun, you know, we are nothing, right?
Because isn't it like the Earth and then the sun goes...
Kind of. I mean, I don't know exactly how the flat Earth model works, but that is a really strong
the globe.
Oh yeah.
Isn't the globe like...
The globe is going around the sun. That's heliocentrism.
Because basically, because most people you come across have like been brainwashed with the whole, is it 12 planets, and they keep forgetting about Pluto, and then they change their mind. And then basically I didn't listen at school, so this is why I'm 50-50, because I don't really know either way.
Well, you don't trust the system around us, right?
I don't trust many things.
Yeah.
Apart from my own eyes.
Okay.
And my own smell.
Okay. So what if I could take you to a place where, well, this one gentleman who lives here was telling me earlier on a very clear day, he's seen France from Hastings.
You can if you go to Dover, you can see Calais. It's 26 miles.
Yeah, that's easy.
Yeah.
That's easy. And everyone accepts that one. So on a globe, you shouldn't be able to see the white.
I know there's that one where you go to America and
across Lake Michigan.
I'll tell you one thing that I've kind of flip-flopped. This is why I'm unconvinced.
Yeah.
I've flip-flopped a bit. Something that convinced me the Earth was flat is that one where you go to America and you look across, and if the Earth's a globe, it should, is it 8 centimeters every
8 inches per mile
square mile that the Earth should go down.
Dipping down. Yeah.
And then there's that one where you look across, somewhere around America, you look across and you shouldn't be able to see
Chicago or something, the skyline or whatever. Yeah, there's a better one than
it
that.
Should be
there's
below the...
People have done, a guy went up into the highest mountain in Wales recently and took a photograph of the 7 of the Swiss Alps.
Yeah.
700 miles away.
Wales?
Yeah.
Freaking Switzerland.
Yeah. And it doesn't work on a globe. However, guys
take a photo
even further.
I would have thought that wouldn't even work on a flat Earth because there's perspective. Because I see these jokes like that take the piss out of people believing flat Earth and saying, "Oh, on a clear day, I should see
the Eiffel Tower.
I should see everything."
Yeah.
And then
well, we know that it takes the right weather environment to very clear skies, no rain in between you and the object, so that you can see through the rain or through the sky that distance. But because the higher you go, the further you can see, right?
Yeah.
So once you're in a plane, you can see 100 miles, right? Whilst on the ground, it's hard to see more than 10 miles.
Yeah.
The lower you go, so you put your head right on the floor now, you'll see less far than once you stand up at 6 foot. So that's perspective and angle of resolution. So we know that the higher you are, and all he could see were the peaks, and he was able to measure these peaks and show the distance between them and show how far they were. So now another guy in America went up in a plane with an infrared camera.
Yeah.
And he took a photo from California all the way down into Mexico, Baja, Mexico, 1,000 miles. So the higher you go, yes, the further you can see. When guys have taken weather balloons and put them up at 120,000 feet, you can see hundreds and hundreds of miles because of your angle of resolution. So perspective and angle of resolution are the reason why they trick us into thinking that ships are going over the horizon, when of course, if it was not true...
Weirdo.
Yeah. You get a lot of that.
Fuck
when,
off.
When you do what I do.
Fucking idiot.
You're on YouTube, but it's a bit rude to walk in front of two people.
Oh, I just fucking. Oh. I'm keep blurting out wrong words.
Trinity 4.
I swear I've been on it. I just can't remember. I spend about 15 hours on YouTube a day.
Okay. Well, I'll give you a flyer on, and it's got on it a really useful
Yeah, but the
tool.
whole thing about like perspective. Yeah. Even on a if the Earth was flat, even on a clear day, my eyes are only like.
They're limited. Yeah.
Yeah, I shouldn't be able to see like ridiculous.
No. No.
He's claiming I could see 100 miles on a clear day.
Yeah. Over a desert, even further.
Well, even. There's no way I could see 100 miles.
Remember that the object that you were looking at would have to be big. So the world record photograph some years ago was known as the Finisterre Mountains from France. You could see this island twice a year when the sun set behind the island. You could just see the silhouette of the top of the island.
Yeah.
Because you know obviously something that's like I'll give the example of a train. A train that's 3 miles down a straight track, it looks small.
Yeah.
But as it gets towards you, it gets bigger. So the further things go away, the smaller they are. Therefore, the object that you're looking at needs to be massive in order to see it from distance. Even the Eiffel Tower from 200 miles away, it's too small to be observed.
Yeah.
So the atmosphere and the
Are you
size
saying
of
that even on a clear day, I wouldn't be able to see the Eiffel Tower?
From here, no.
With my eyes?
No. But if you went up high enough and it was clear enough, and maybe you had a zoom lens, and this is what's killed the globe actually, is people using these super zoom lenses called the Nikon P1000.
They're zooming into the moon, aren't
they? They can zoom in on the moon, but they can zoom in on things that are so far away that your eyes wouldn't allow for it. So when the guys will go down to the beach, watch a ship go over the horizon, as they call it, and then they'll put their camera to it, and boom, that whole ship comes back in because your eyes are limited. And so that they've used the trick of the eye, and the eye is a round ball, so it kind of does round things off. But they've used our weak eyes to convince us that the reason you can't see things far away is because it's dropping off the edge of the curve. But when you take a powerful telescope or a camera like that, you will be able to see things that are beyond your eyes' range.
Yeah.
And so that kills the idea that this 8 inches per mile squared curvature is being applied.
Have you always believed in flat Earth?
No, 8 years now. 2015 was.
What convinced you?
Well, I mean, I did ayahuasca in 2015. So firstly, I discovered that we aren't what we've been told by science. Yeah. And then I came across the formula for curvature. And this formula for curvature, growing up by the sea.
The 8 per mile thing.
I was like, I can see things 15 miles up the coast that I shouldn't be able to see because of curvature.
Yeah.
And I knew that from young. And then you look into lighthouses, lighthouses that are even low set lighthouses. They're able to be seen from 50 or 60 miles away.
Yeah.
And even applying this 8 inch per mile square curvature, that light should have been hidden behind the curve.
Yeah. See, what I don't get though is like, what's the point of like convincing someone the Earth is a globe?
To minimize you, to make you small, to damage you, to destroy your connection to the most.
But what if I just said, "Oh, fuck! I don't care if the Earth is a globe or not. I just want to live my own life." What's?
Well, because if you don't know who you are, how can you truly live your own life? How can you truly live your own life? Hey, you did come right through between us.
Fucking idiot and pushed me. I swear.
Well, yeah, but I think that you walking in between two people, that's pretty rude, right?
Don't point at me. I don't want to be on camera.
All right, well then you better walk away because you're talking to me and I'm holding the camera, which I'm entitled to do.
So the shape of the Earth is like.
Well, the shape of the Earth is for me like a gateway to realizing that this whole thing, all the wars that we're involved in, all these things are designed as a control to control mankind, to control the journey of your soul. And I think we are souls. This physical body you're in is only like an expression of your higher self. And so they want to control that so that you end up, people end up in all sorts of problems with homelessness and or working in the corporate environment in which they'll stand on their brother. So I truly believe that it's to usurp and control your higher self through the form of this physical avatar, which they can control with the media.
So do you believe we have a soul?
Yeah.
So
I was an atheist in 2015. I took ayahuasca, and 10 minutes later, I was a believer in Noah that we have a higher self, and this body that you're in now is part of an eternal story, like an infinitely eternal story. But you are only inhabiting this for a very short time. So, what are you going to do in that time? Are you going to be lost and controlled by something else, or are you going to find out who you truly are and become the best version of yourself? For your soul's good, not for anyone else's good or anything like that, but for your own soul evolution.
Yeah.
That's where I think it leads to, ultimately. But I raised children when we went to university level on the idea that we were evolved apes, and all of that is a deception designed to diminish you and control you and get you to be a good corporate slave in this system.
So, have you ever had any religious belief or anything?
Not really. I mean, I was brought up Christian.
Yeah.
So when I first found Flat Earth, I admit I was like, I'm going, back to the Bible. I went and bought one and thought, that was the answer to the question. That must have been right. Because as a kid, I'd said to my preachers, the Bible is a Flat Earth book.
Yeah.
Right? And
I'll tell you one thing. Even though I don't really believe the Bible anymore, I'm actually convinced that the Bible teaches Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Because I believe the people of that time believed the Earth was flat.
The Earth was flat, yeah.
I find it weird that the people that believe, like
Christians, that
evangelical Christians that believe in literal Bible,
but
still try to believe the Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
I just find that really weird. Like, at least be honest and say those people of the time, the Hebrews, because there's a picture that I think it's on that flyer. There's a picture that people keep showing that what people believed at that time was like the heavens through the
firmament.
That's it in Genesis, and then Hades and all that.
Yeah, like a darkness. But yeah, I think that there's an electromagnetic story here, and so there are different frequencies. So at a different frequency, there might be a highway with big trucks running through it, and we don't even feel them or know that they're there.
Yeah.
But they're at a different frequency, so they can drive right through us without even.
What's your opinion on earthquakes?
So because it's an electromagnetic system, I have this theory that if you look at quantum physics, you realize that in this system where you've got a reciprocating hyperboloid, which is like this donut, where through the center of it is like the hourglass, and so energy is turning and coming up through the center at the bottom and creating a lot of heat, and light is being crushed into material. And so what's happening beneath our feet is that light is being slammed into maybe a black hole, and that black hole is crushing the light down into matter, and we see it as molten lava. And so this energy, we're in a living system that is constantly, just like your body will burp and fart and do all of these things. It's a living system that's creating energies all the time, and those expressions are coming out in the form of a fart or an earthquake. Are they all natural, or are some of them man-made? Well, I keep an open mind about that. But I think that that if Jesus, the message of Jesus was that I am the way, the truth, and the life. And I say to people, if you look in the mirror and say those words, that means you're talking to yourself. That you are the way, the truth, and the life. And if you want to find God in you, you will only find it through yourself, not through a preacher or some religion or some external belief in heliocentrism or whatever. It's got to be from within yourself.
Yeah.
And that Jesus said, "You will go on and do greater things than I."
Yeah.
So I believe that we are the expression of some higher entity. Exactly how it's structured, I don't know. I have ideas about that for another time. But I think that we are that, but we don't know that. So we behave like animals, which is what I see, like basically evolved animals, which is what I see around me a lot.
Yeah.
So we need to move into being our higher self, our highest version of ourselves. And we can only do that by addressing the trauma that was inflicted on us, all of us have been traumatized through our generations, through the current way of poisoning our food, our water, our education, our sense of who we are. These are things that we have to do.
Yeah, do you believe our food is poisonous?
Or natural food is good for you. Normal, we're meant to be omnivorous. We're meant to eat from the environment around us. However, I think that the food supply
Do you believe that shit old McDonald's up there? Do you believe that's fucking shit?
Yeah. I know it is.
There's stuff they inject into that shit.
Yeah. No, that's poison.
And KFC is probably the second.
I distill my drinking water, and wherever possible, I try and eat food that's as close to natural as possible. It's difficult in this day and
What
age.
about like meat?
Yeah.
Do you believe it's okay to eat meat?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Yeah, because see, I've had vegans try to convince me that.
Well, Dave Murphy is a strong proponent of non-meat,
Is
but
he?
I don't know if he's vegan or vegetarian, but he's like a strong proponent against meat. I think that we are made of meat. Whatever that frequency and vibration is, we should match that in terms of our nutrition. So we should eat all parts of the animal. And if you were, let's say you had a family and you had fruit coming off the tree in the summer, in the wintertime there'd be very little food around. But your sheep, or that sheep that you've tended to and taken care of, has been hoovering up energy throughout the summer, and now you need that energy. So I truly believe that we're meant to have all of the colors, and the dark stuff like the red meat and so on is definitely part of that. Fish too.
Yeah.
So I know lots of vegans, long-term vegans, who've turned their back on veganism because their health has become so compromised. So
I've never actually known anyone turn their back on veganism.
Oh yeah. You know, they lose their hair, their teeth, their bone density becomes compromised. So there's all these sorts of things that you need to be aware of. I find from the vegan lifestyle. No, I mean it works for some people. I think there are perhaps some cultures or bodies that can do okay on it, but in the main, I think we're omnivores and
That's
we're meant to eat from
interesting
around
because
us.
I've actually been leaning slightly more veganism, but I can't give up my meat.
There's a big worldwide agenda and push towards that, right?
Yeah.
And that's got to be a red flag in itself.
The whole liberal.
There's nothing wrong with, I think, going and eating only fruit or vegetables for months of the year. I don't see an issue with that. But if that's, you're stopping meat altogether, normally that has to do with, how bad are you for killing an animal? And that for me is pulling at the emotional kind of strings to say, get on to only eating veggies all the time.
Yeah.
I can't see that as being, but I see very much the sort of centralized agenda to get people off meat. And they've made it so hard for people to get like raw milk. People who process milk, say it costs them a fortune to get the licenses just to do raw milk. So, and then the meat that our meat supply is so poisoned with antibiotics and other sorts of things that some of that can be bad, detrimental, because if you're eating a lot of that factory farm stuff, that vibration is going to come into your body.
Yeah.
So there is an agenda to push us away from that, but in the main, I would say that's essential. In fact, ladies will say their fertility falls off the cliff when they are not on meat, and one of the deep population agendas is to stop people from being fertile, whether it be the men or the women, and other ladies will say that they once they went back on meat, their menstrual cycle went back to normal. Their health started feeling good again. I agree that people say, look, I stopped meat for months and I felt great, and I don't disagree with that. But I don't think that you can go more than 7 years without your body then starting a full cycle, 7 years with none of that stuff, without your body starting to become compromised. Your bones are piezoelectric; they actually carry nutrients within them, and so even if you were on a desert island with only fruit, I think you'd do great for the first 7 years because your body has got reserves of these things that you need.
Yeah.
But there's certain, a friend of mine actually, he's also a fellow flat earth proponent. He spent years as a vegetarian, 20 years, and recently he said to me, Dave, you're right, now I realize that there's all these minerals that I can only get from meat.
Yeah.
And I've been 3 months or 6 months on the meat now, and my health is improving dramatically. So I know people like Dave, and they are proponents of this, but there are a few things that he and I don't agree on, and that's one of them.
You know what, you've actually convinced me more that veganism is wrong.
I think it's any sort of extremism, so there's people who say carnivore diet is the best, and I think that can also give you good health benefits for a period of time. But if you're only eating one thing, then that you're limiting the full range of what you're meant to be taking on. So over time, there will be health complications for that, in my opinion. So I don't advocate extremism of any kind, and for me, cutting out meat is a form of extremism.
Yeah, I've found that the whole all this what rolls into one is like with the whole abortion thing as well.
Mm-hmm.
They all roll it into one.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your personal take on? I mean, I'm not trying to like take this way off. It's just because I find it all like.
Well, I think the first thing to say is it's not for me to tell you what to do with your body.
No.
So if a person makes that choice for themselves, then it's got to be their choice. They will live with it. They must deal with the consequences. Because I'm not going to raise their child. I'm not going to insist, oh, you've got to have that baby. Where I'm not going to pay for it, and I'm not going to raise it. And I'm not in the situation that you're in that's forced you to make such a difficult choice. You know? So that's the first thing. I mean, I would say try and avoid going down the abortion route. But at the same time, it has to be your choice. And
what I find weird is that people that promote veganism are normally pro-abortion.
Right.
I just find it weird that like so you're saying don't kill animals, but kill a.
Well, I think that the government getting involved in things that you do to yourself or for yourself should be limited as much as possible. So the abortion debate, whichever side you're on, is asking for or less prohibition and control by the state, and I don't want for that, you know. So a woman is being raped and she falls pregnant, and she's got, for example, that's an extreme one, I know. But because the government says no, or like we saw with the anti-abortion thing in Ireland, for example, women would go to like backstreet clinics, and they do that in Africa as well. They'll go to backstreet clinics and horrible things. Their health will be affected because some quack has stuck a coat hanger up, and damaged it. You know, so you've got to. For me, it's like. You know, you want for people. There's a reason why people are maybe having sex, unprotected sex, with 5 different guys a week, and they end up falling pregnant. There's a psychology behind that is where I would rather try and help that person than say, well, that's led to you having abortion now. I mean, a pregnancy now. You must carry the consequences of that, and I'm not going to allow you. So it's not for me to say, man. If you want to go out and drink 10 beers tonight and have a terrible hangover, it's not for me to say to you that you shouldn't do that, man. It's bad for your body. That's really up to you. And
you know what? I can't help but laugh at that because I've had 5 beers today. And I'm not having any more.
Good. Well, I mean, for me, I stepped away. I'm still, one of my last vices is the tobacco, and I have committed to myself that in the next few months I want to walk away from that one as well. But I also equally I don't want someone coming to me and say, "Hey, you're bad for doing that" and stuff like that. It's really still my choice. Thanks for the information about lung this and that and so on. But I have to be the one. There's a reason why I smoke. And that's my own psychology, and so I need to address that psychology, and then I won't feel like I need to do that. With alcohol, it's been much easier.
I used to smoke, but I gave up then. The last cigarette I had was 2020.
Oh, good for you.
But I'm still battling the
booze, yeah. So I've had 5 beers in the last 12 months, if that.
Wow.
Honestly.
I wish I could say that.
Yeah, I if that, and I don't feel that need. For that, but just because I've been able to step away from that so easily, it doesn't mean I should say, well, then you should be able to step away from that so easily. It's got to be your own journey of.
I mean, I managed to do dry January.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm nowhere. 2007, I was drinking 4 times a week.
Right.
And then when I became a Christian, I stopped for it. Somehow I stopped for 1.5 years. And then I have one, and then it also feels better.
Yeah, once you break the seal,
I can keep it to.
Well, the word
2 drink ups a month.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, you know what? Firstly, don't be giving yourself a hard time. The last thing you want to be doing is being your own jailer and beating yourself for the shit that you do. Yeah. Because that actually only sort of perpetuates that cycle. But the word alcohol comes from an Arabic word, el-kul, which means the spirits, right?
I did not know that.
Yeah. So and there's this belief, particularly in the Muslim community, that once you open yourself up to spirits, that dark entities can attach themselves to you. And so that's why it might be harmful to us. I wouldn't say to anyone, don't drink, but be aware that, like some things, like McDonald's, these things, they can be all right if you're only doing it once and now and again, but at the same time, if you're doing it all the time, there's probably a reason why you're doing that. And it's not to say, oh, you're bad for that. It's just that there's a reason why we would need that, because your body is mostly made up of water. So mostly what you should be consuming is water.
Actually, how much of our body is water?
70%, about the same as the Earth.
That's mad.
Yeah, so it's 70 or something percent, which is exactly the same pretty much as the Earth is meant to be. So it's an interesting clue about, are we living in God? Are we living in a greater entity? Are we within a living being that this place is? But you have this higher self. So for me, 2015, once I did the ayahuasca, I saw my higher self. I didn't need to bother with drugs anymore.
Can you say that again? I can't. I need to write it down.
Ayahuasca.
I can't quite understand what that is. What you have. Wait a minute. I'll get onto Google.
All right. There's a documentary on YouTube that you might enjoy. Maybe go to that.
How do you spell what you just said?
A-Y.
A-Y.
H-U-S.
Yeah.
C-A. Ayahuasca.
Is it that one on the top there?
Yeah. Ayahuasca.
Oh yeah.
Now there's a documentary called The Spirit Molecule, which is worth looking at because they did a study in 1997 in America, and they gave about 50 patients the ayahuasca over a period of time on a few occasions and what have you, and they did a pretty good study on it. I watched it, but it didn't prepare me for actually doing the ayahuasca itself. It's a plant medicine that comes out of South America, but you can synthesize it and it can be made into something you can smoke. And that's how I did it, as a smoked trip. And it rips the veil of this material world away, and you can see beyond this material world that we're in. And for me, I felt like I had an experience with my higher self. It may not have been God. It might have been just like my higher self might not be God. It might be that there's a hierarchy at the pyramid. We're at the bottom of the pyramid, and then your higher self is above that, and eventually it gets up to whatever God is.
Yeah.
But The Spirit Molecule is a really good documentary to watch on that.
That's on YouTube.
On YouTube, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So keep an open mind about the nature of the Earth, but at least that we're in some kind of scam where they're trying to trick people into giving their soul away.
I'm guessing you believe the whole COVID thing is like a hoax as well. So I had.
You did?
I'm embarrassed to say I had the vaccine.
1,
2, and yeah. And nothing happened to me, but I've heard enough stories from people that have had it and have gone
a lot of people
weird.
A lot of people have been okay with it, So I think imagine if you were putting some kind of poison in, you wouldn't want the entire population to fall over in the same week because that would be too obvious and too difficult to manage. Actually, already the funeral parlors are kind of overloaded, and A&E is overloaded, and so it's subtle, and it may, for some people, may never cause them any problems. But there's enough information now to say, wow, people are dying suddenly. Young men like yourself are falling over. They had no health complications, just regular Joe, and then boom, they fall over there. So
I'm hearing lots of sports players just together. In matches, they're just like going.
Yeah. No, that's unfortunately what we're seeking. But right from
basically, I woke up a bit too late because I kind of sucked it all in, and then after I had the booster, it was a few months later that I started asking questions. I should have been asking those questions at the start, and then.
Right at the beginning, there was so much, what we were seeing on the TV didn't match what I was seeing out in the public. I was not seeing, like this here, you should have had 5 ambulances turning up in just one house because everyone in that house got locked in and one of them was unwell and he gave everybody else that same unwell and then they all gone and died. Like, you never saw that. We went to visit the hospitals and we were like, these places are empty. There's no one here. That doesn't match what I'm seeing on the TV. So, of course, I've known about the Flat Earth since 2015. So, for me, I already knew. In 2016, I said to my wife, they're planning something massive on a massive scale. And so we were kind of expecting something to come down the line. I didn't, when it first happened, I kind of laughed it off thinking, this isn't going to be that serious. But obviously, it ended up being very serious. So, no, there's really few times when I would recommend taking needles. Very few times that I think your body, let food be thy medicine is what it says in the Bible, right? So, we should be able to eat ourselves well if we're not eating McDonald's and drinking too much alcohol.
Yeah.
So, don't take any more. And but there are protocols that people are finding that really work well to address some of these problems. I don't know if you've come across that Died Suddenly documentary.
No.
I don't think it's on YouTube. It's not allowed. They don't allow too much of that stuff. But there's a documentary on Rumble called Died Suddenly.
Rumble, I've heard of that site.
Okay. You should, because
people keep saying that that's the site to go to if you want to see stuff that is being hidden away.
Well, when I was in France recently, I couldn't get Rumble because they're trying to shut it out. They're in a legal kind of problem, so I couldn't access Rumble videos. But on Rumble, you'll find this documentary called Died Suddenly. And it's set up by these coroners and stuff, and they're finding like calamari rubber stuff in people's veins, arteries that are blocking them up, and that's why people are dying suddenly.
Oh yeah, I heard of that thing called Died Suddenly. I never watched it. I haven't yet, but
go and check it out. But I don't say this to kind of
where's the rubber coming from?
So there's these nanoparticles in your body that are reforming inside you, and then I haven't studied it that closely, but there's something called spike proteins that are occurring everywhere in the body that have come from this, and they are forming these coagulants that are beyond anything that these pathologists have ever seen before. The embalmers are the ones that are calling it out because they can't get their embalming fluid in. So they're pulling out these long strings of rubber out of people's bodies. And then, of course, these vaccines were mRNA technology, which is like gene therapy.
Yeah.
So people are having their genes altered. So does it affect everybody? I'd like to think not. My daughter took 1 or 2 because she wanted to travel and thought she wasn't going to go to nightclubs and all that sort of shit because they were really pushing people hard over the propaganda. So she has. So I have a vested interest in it not being like. And my dad, he told me I was stupid for not, and he of course has, and most of my family, most people outside.
Not having you
he said you're a fool,
Yeah.
But I got a 6-year-old boy. He's never had a needle of any sort in his body, and he's a really healthy child.
Yeah,
really healthy. So there are things that you can do to ameliorate or mitigate. So I would say rather take action than just be like, well, I've been damaged. What the hell can I do about it? I think there's plenty we can do about it.
Yeah.
All right. It's been nice talking to you.
Yeah. What's your YouTube again? I swear I've watched you before, but I just cannot think.
My YouTube is Trinity4, and it's on that flyer that
I've definitely seen you on YouTube, but I just can't think where.
Yeah.
Have you ever been on anybody else's channel?
Yeah, I have been on others' channels, but Dave's never invited me on his. But
there's one I watch that is it Dave Murphy, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's one I've watched that he goes on, and some other flat earthers go on called Modern Day Debate.
Oh yeah, I wanted to get on that, but I haven't been on that because
they normally have anybody on there.
Well, they haven't had me. I did write to them once to say I'd come along, but they haven't called me back.
Surprised they haven't, because they normally do let anybody.
Yeah. Do you look at Mandela effect, any of that stuff?
No.
No. Okay. I don't know. I mean, but we did a tour around Europe in 2019. That was quite well publicised.
I've seen ones of in London. A Scottish guy.
Yeah, that's where you would have seen me.
Who's the
John Smith Global.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. That's where I've seen you.
Yeah. He and I made. Now he's the vegetarian I was talking about earlier on, who's turned away from it after 20 years.
Turned away from vegetarianism.
Yeah. And now he's like having 6 eggs every morning, steak, and he's like, my health is on the mend. And he's a 65-year-old chap.
Yeah.
I saw him just a few months ago in Brighton, actually, but he's sort of, he doesn't really do an awful lot on YouTube anymore. He was like one of the biggest voices in Flat Earth
I think that's
back
where
in
I started
2018, 17.
Yeah, him.
Yeah. And so his name's Harry, and he did a lot for me actually back then, because he really liked my, when I was doing speeches in Speaker's Corner and stuff, and he filmed a few of them, and I got some good traction thanks to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, John Smith Globe Live.
That was definitely that's where I
He still goes around and interviews people and asks them, if their thoughts are their own or if they're programmed, and tries to nudge people without telling them about flat Earth, just flat out.
Yeah.
Much respect.
It's interesting. At first, the way I started questioning flat Earth was I think it's bullshit. That's the way I started questioning.
Right, most of us do.
Yeah,
most of us do.
I was like, but that's the way I like when I see something. The weird thing is with me, the way I feel I'm different to everyone else is if I see something really extreme, I want to know why they think that.
Yeah.
Rather than, oh, that's bullshit, go away.
Yeah. Well, when I first found flat Earth, it was before I'd done the ayahuasca.
Yeah.
So like 2014, 15, early 2015. And I was like, you're not going to get me with this one, right? Because I saw a video, and it had this idea of, well, if the Earth was flat, then and gravity and blah, 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 then we have to be running uphill. And I was like, listen, I'm not buying into that. But after I did the ayahuasca, I was like, I'm willing to. I was in Johannesburg at the time. I'm going home and I'm going to look at this flat Earth thing because
Actually,
everything
what
is
is
on the
your
table.
accent?
South Africa.
Yeah, I thought. Is that where you were actually born?
I was born in Poole in Dorset, but raised in South Africa.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and I did national service there, 2 years national service, went to a war in Angola, So I saw for myself personally how we were doing things that the country were not told about. People did not know about. The CIA was on the ground.
Yeah.
People did not know about, still to this day, people don't know that the CIA was, in there doing what they do. So there is foul play in every corner, everywhere you look.
Yeah. Right, I think I better go now because I need to go.
Trinity 4, go and check it out. This
Yeah,
has been live, so you can play back the conversation we just had if you want to.
Will it be on YouTube? Yeah?
It already is.
All right, cool.
Cheers, man. Yeah, good. Yeah, good. He's actually seen me before on John Smith Globe Live.
Okay.
It turned out he thought it was through Dave Murphy, but we had a good conversation. I think I sort of he was sitting on the fence about the veganism and stuff, and now he's realised maybe he doesn't need to go that route. So, but yeah, and I think hopefully he'll see flat Earth in a newer light and be willing to give it more head time.
Yeah.
And because he was asking me, why does it matter? Why does it matter? And of course, I edified him. Anyway, are we almost done today? Yeah. I think I'm pretty exhausted.
Yeah.
And given some of the youngsters around here, I think as the night rolls in, it's going to get a little rough and ropey out here.
Yeah.
So,
you want to have a quick pass before we go? Practice or not fast?
Should we head on?
Yes.
Cold, isn't it?
I think it's. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. I should say hello to my chat room. I haven't. This conspiracy music guru was here earlier. I don't know if it's. It's been an interesting town. And that chap that you introduced me to.
The tall guy?
Yeah. Well, I'm so glad I met him. Yeah, I'm hoping we get to hang out sometime. Okay. He's taken his daughter to this school that we've visited, this off-grid school that's set up after the Nova. And yeah, he had some interesting insights for me that I thought were useful. So hopefully we'll meet up again. I didn't get my glasses on.
You got any more chocolate there?
Yeah, I'm back.
Someone got hurt here. I don't know if they just fell over. I saw it earlier on. I think they've been attended to. All right, man. We're at 4 hours. That's a really good time. Craig Clark. All right.
We have some muscle.
Graham on flick. We love Alex Michael. One very talented dude, yes. Good Alex Michael. Those that made that choice are now dealing with trauma of the choice. Yeah, and you don't want to traumatize people anymore. Bon Bon. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming. Possible Phoenix. I had a few youngsters being a little bit obtuse today. It's surprising actually how people are. Hey James, nice to hear local speaking out. Yes, in Hastings helps. Yo Dave, that's Brian Stable. Good to see you, brother Brian. Master Sarah. I know people who are afraid to go outside. Yeah, but that's a habit as well. People can be habituated into agoraphobia. IDN and Nathan Memorial Gardens. I saw a truck the other day that said National Memorial Gardens. I was like, imagine if that was Nathan driving by. That would be funny. Festivus. Hey, how you doing, brother? Festivus. I've been trying to get this guy to come and do a talk with me. You guys need to put him under some pressure because he is a former now airline pilot who walked away from his career because he was forced to take needles, or they wanted to force him into the needle business. And much respect to you, brother, for taking this. And he's finding his own way to a new life, a new career. But flying planes had been his childhood dream, and he did it for 12, maybe 15 years, and he walked away from it because of his stand, his moral position. So much respect. Skullbreaker Bob. Technology uses us and fools, so we are using it. Loving the street beats there. Cool. Well, thanks very much to Dean and Sarah for their contribution of the street beats. We had someone just said they were loving the street beats.
Yeah.
So thanks very much for that. And Conspiracy Music Guru seems to have spent his afternoon here with us. So nice to have you here. Oh yeah, and check out Andrea's Instagram at Andrea_Manel. She's sharing her journey and body mind coaching, which I think we all need. So go and check that out on Instagram at Andrea_MA. Eddie Viking, nice to see you. Hey man, how are you doing? Bud?
I think I'm having a spread.
Oh dear. Don't do it in public, they might arrest you for indecency.
I like it, brother. I like it.
Have a good one.
I'm decent stroking.
Public indecency, yes. All the best, man.
I think I can.
Yeah. Oh man, I don't want to talk bad about the deal. Love to see another Globe Life tour, says Gareth Reese. Wouldn't you guys love to go on a Globe Life tour?
Yeah, really.
We need to get, we need people that are better at organising than me.
Yeah, some funds might help.
Great job with that group. Thanks, JT, Run Boston Bear. Yeah, I don't know how long ago that was, but yeah, I think that was a while ago. But that group got a little bit. That group got a little bit difficult, and I had to walk away. Anyway, have you got an Alex Michael? Is he? I think he's still here. Give us an Alex Michael.
Last Alex Michael one. What one should we go with?
Thanks for the thumbs up, guys. Give us the thumbs up, and of course you can share it if you want to. I won't copyright strike you.
Well, I met a man the other day who thought the earth was flat. I said, man, you must be crazy. Where the hell is your tinfoil hat? But he spoke with such conviction, and he believed the words he spoke. And something deep inside me knew this couldn't be a joke. But why would he believe this? And why believe such things? Because everybody knows the earth's a ball and that it spins. Well, you must be pretty crazy if you think the earth is flat. Because we all know that it's a globe, and that's a simple fact. So I said, what about the photographs that NASA takes from space? He gave a knowing smile and told me, man, those things are fake. But what about the videos that I've seen with my 2 eyes? What about them? He replied, have you heard of CGI? Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, the line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I was kind of skeptical, but I have an open mind of what he said was interesting, and I've got a little time. So I grabbed myself a doobie, and I started watching vids. Because if NASA's really lying, then they're lying to my kids. And as I watched, I got angry as I learned of the deceit. The global Earth deception was right there at my feet. Well, holy shit, this could be true. What if we're not on a globe? The more I learned, the more I yearned, the more I started to grow. I upturned every rock of information I could find. I started to unlock the truth war upon my mind. I had 1,000 questions I just couldn't understand. I had to meet that man again. That
well, this has been Hastings.
Oh, that's just faking everything that you have ever seen.
An old town with all sorts of mud flood relics.
And he agreed to meet. He was very welcoming, and he showed me to my seat. He said, I see you've done some research. Many people told me that I look just like photos. And then one day I got a call from a real important dude. He asked me if I'd like a job and said the money's good. Well, what's the job, I asked him, then I'll wait for his reply. You'll be painting globes for NASA, then he promptly said goodbye. Well, I was sworn to secrecy, I could not tell a soul that I just got myself a job with NASA painting globes. My work was published globally in every magazine to fool the people of where we live, a truly evil scheme. See, we don't live on a globe, he said, the earth is truly flat. I've been on the inside and I know that that's a fact. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their line scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free.
All right, friends, this has been Hastings. Highs and lows. Maybe not the footfall I'd hoped for, but we had some great conversations today between us. And it's nice to be out in the field and doing a bit of work. So, I'd like to thank you for stopping by and watching this, even if it was 1.5 speed. Yeah, much love and stay well. It's been so long since I came out in this.
In the Freemasonic gang. You see, it's only Freemasons that get to go to space. They're the evil bastards who are lying to your face. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. The whole thing is such a fraud. The only reason they exist is to hide a loving God. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen.
Oh no! Stop. Don't think.
Their line scum is there for you to see. Just Take some time, look into it, and the truth will
Set you free.
Yeah, Nelson's pretty evil, man. They're a lying scumbag. Take some time, man. Look into it.
Boom, boom, boom. You good to go?
Now my mind is completely blown.
I can't see the end stream button, but I just want to thank you all for stopping by. And yeah, it's weird. It's like there was a end stream button. Anyway, thanks for all of you for coming by. Anyway, probably wasn't my way. I didn't have lights out. I don't know how much I missed. Yeah, I'm going to end this, but it's going to be a little